everywhere.
All right, welcome to July 26, 2016 regular meeting for the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors. Are there any public comments? Seeing none, we will adjourn into closed session. Good morning. Welcome to our Calaveras County Board of Supervisors regular meeting for July 26, 2016. First of all, I'd like to report out on our closed session agenda items. Number one is conference with legal counsel and anticipated initiation of litigation. One case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. No board action taken. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Personal matter, conference with Judy Hawkins, Deputy Counsel, or County Administrative Officer, Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Sheriff's Management Unit, negotiations, Human Resources Director, board action, no action taken. And pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Mark Menifee versus County of Calaveras Workers' Compensation Appeals Board, case number ADJ 982-1110, ADJ 982-1294, County Counsel, no board action taken. And so, can you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Could you lead us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move into public comments. So if any item of interest to the public that is within subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda, unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the regular agenda. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the consent agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard. And so this morning we'll have the first 30 minutes will be 3 minutes per comment. Thank you.
Good morning.
Hi.
You don't have to invite me twice, but I am back. Kathy Mazzaferro, Executive Director for the Calaveras County Arts Council. There is absolutely nothing that I can tell any of you about the devastation of last year's Butte fire or its impact on the citizens of Calaveras County. After the monster was tamed and the fire quelled, local artists felt compelled to find means of expression for both the loss, the pain, the sorrow, and ultimately the hope, the strength, and resilience of Calaveras County. So we have an art gallery presentation coming up. In fact, there's 2 different items, and you have an envelope just like this one on your dais right in front of you, inviting you to both events. The first is an art exhibition at the gallery here on Main Street in San Andreas. Its kickoff reception will be Sunday, August 7th at 1 o'clock at the gallery. If you went to the fair earlier this year, you would have seen some of the artwork, specifically what we call the pieces vignettes. The people who lost their homes, a great many of them, were generous and let our artists sift through the rubble. And from the rubble, they created representations of the loss. They also created writings. Those vignettes have been traveling the county to different libraries, and they're all coming into the gallery next week, along with photography, paintings, poetry, mobiles, artwork of all sorts that is dedicated to the strength and resilience of the citizens of Calaveras County. So that's your first invitation, is to join us at the reception on Sunday, August 7th. The second will be on September 10th. Now, as you all know, that's the day the fire jumped the river. And on that day, we will be unveiling what we refer to as the Healing Wall. Local artists Robin Maudlin and Ann Cook have created, literally rising from the ashes, such a thing of beauty. It's a huge wall. It's about this high, and it's easily this long. It's going to wrap around a bench where we hope people can go for reflection, healing. Teenagers can even canoodle, that sort of place. But it'll be at Mountain Ranch Community Park, and the wall itself is decorated with mosaics, beautiful animals, birds, flowers, all created from the rubble gathered from the Butte fire. So on September 10th at 10 o'clock in the morning, we will officially unveil the wall. There will be music, a few readings, just something to mark, I don't mean just, but something to mark the day so that the healing can go forward. I want to take a moment and thank the Calaveras County Community Foundation, because they were the primary sponsor of the finances needed to secure the materials only, but to secure the materials to build this wall. We had other donors as well, but the Community Foundation was the largest one, and we want to give thanks to them. So the invitation is up there with you. I've also given invitations to Supervisor-elect Mr. Mills, and I have one for Mr. Garamendi. He will be receiving it as well. So I hope I see you at the gallery for the reception. If not the reception, I hope you come in and see the artwork created from this fire during the course of August and September. I really hope to see you on September 10th when we unveil the wall. And with that, just know that I'll be back. Thank you.
Joe Kelly from the Unrepresented District 1, under Edson, Tofinelli, and before redistricting, Tryon. Has the CSAC representative reported on this? CalPERS earned a return on its investments of just 0.6% in the last fiscal year, marking the state retirement fund's worst performance since 2009. The pension system must average a yearly return of at best or at least 7.5% to meet its actuarial assumptions. Lowering the return expectation forces government agencies to pay more into the system. Local governments have been attempting to stall further decreases. The system must average at least 7.5% a year to match its assumed rate of return, or turn to taxpayers to make up the difference. Another subject, Toyon. Are the vacant buildings up in Toyon by the school in or out of distance from school's policy in the cannabis regulations? You might want to look at it. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
I'm filling up that time so people get bored. My name is Peter Race. I'm from the 5th District, Jenny Lynn. I noticed something. Your very generosity of giving it to University of California a 10% increase for the kids. But what kind of funny to me, the recipient, nobody was here for be a recipient. All those kids that we want to help for farming or animalists, whatever, okay? How come they were not invited? They might be interested to know that their parents, taxpayers, going to give University of California a 10% increase, appreciation. Later on, I don't know if I'm going to make it public or I'm going to put it on Facebook or something. Check out University of California, folks. Real good. When I mentioned to you folks that they resent audits, they do resent audits. The gentleman was here. I'm sure he was sincere and so on. But he hooked up, just like, remember, he had a phone company that come in, that they're going to give internet and everything to everybody. All they wanted you to do is collect the money from the recipients. This is no different. There's one of the executives, 3 full-time jobs at the same time. Well, let's put it this way, compensated for a full-time job position for University of California. I can give it to you, go through the computer. Folks, each one of those jobs is over $120,000. I'm sure that lady is a super lady, Superman, but for some reason, giving 10% increase donation to a university that's going to be giving away free colleges. And I'm sure every one of those 10 professors, the janitor, administration going to be working free. Just think about it. You are mature enough to see a scam. If you want to give donation on behalf of the kids, invite the kids and their parents. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jim Satcher. I'm involved in a business here in the county called California Pine Products, and we initiated a program to try and utilize pine needles and so forth for erosion control. And the reason I'm here this morning is I was contacted by a contractor that was very helpful during the Butte fire in helping our small company interact with FEMA and trying to get our products onto the fire, which was going to be a benefit for the county because it was going to reduce green waste at the landfill. And they're a local company here called Sierra Mountain Construction. And it's my understanding that this morning there's...
Can't really talk about that part of it.
Okay. So what I would like to say is that Sierra Mountain Construction was very instrumental in our interaction. They performed all the things that they said they would do, and in fact were the only business that we were able to get any of our product onto the fire with. And they paid their bills and they did what they were supposed to do. So thank you.
Thank you.
Morning. Gary Caldwell, Valley Springs. I wanted to bring to your attention an issue that I've been aware of for the past 4 or 5 months. It has to do with the fire prevention fees that are collected in this county and other counties throughout the state. And I didn't know this until yesterday, that there is a fire prevention fee service center at the state level, which I called yesterday and talked to a lady there. And she directed me to a report that was prepared by CAL FIRE regarding the collection and expenditures of fire prevention fees. Kind of topical right now with all the fires in the state going. But one of the things that caught my eye was the fact that the fire prevention fees over the life of the Act since 2011 amount to about $300 million statewide. Now, Calaveras County is in the Tuolumne Calaveras unit of CAL FIRE. And if you go to a table in their report that's on the website for fire prevention fees, it says in there that they have spent up to May of this year, 2016, they have spent $149 million project expenditures. So that leaves $150 million, roughly $150 million. Now, you may be aware of the expose that came out in the Bee, Sacramento Bee, about 6 or 8 months ago, that said they carried over a balance, CAL FIRE did, a balance in that fund of $45 million. And it bothers me that they're sitting on this money. And I think the board should be aware of how they're spending it, one, in this county, and where they're going to spend it next in this county, if they're going to spend it at all. Now, they claim in the Calaveras Tuolumne unit that during the life of the act from 2011 that they have spent $7.5 million on projects in the 2 counties. Now, I don't know how that's split. They don't split it up, at least not in this report. But $7.5 million they spent on projects in the Tuolumne Calaveras unit. Now, this is interesting because annually the Board of Equalization and CAL FIRE take off the top of the fund about $8 million every year for administration. So they take off in 1 year more than they spent in this unit in almost 5 years. And
Sorry, Gary, I think we're out.
I beg your pardon?
I think we ran out of time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, at any rate, you should know, and you should ask CAL FIRE to give you some sort of a listing of where the projects are.
Can I meet with you on that?
I beg your pardon?
Can I meet with you on that?
Meet with me?
Yes. So I can get a better, yes.
Sure.
Thanks.
Or you can talk to Chief Robitaille out at Jenny Lynn or Calaveras Consolidated.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Hi, my name is Dina Morris, and everyone here is familiar with me and the situation that I endured last year. The reason I'm here this morning is to let you know how well the process is working of code compliance protecting your citizens. Since the incident of last year that started in February, which was gang members living next door with firearms growing marijuana, complaints started going into code compliance in July 2015. Multiple complaints, all the way through the last one, which was recently, just a couple days ago. The results of those complaints have been none. I've not seen any results. So if this is the protection that you have in place for your citizens for the marijuana industry, it's not working. There is no one out there that is helping us. You need to know that we don't have anyone helping us to keep us safe. And furthermore, this industry is bringing in people that are living on property. So we don't have families living next door to us or in our neighborhoods anymore. What we have is a commercial business being run in our neighborhoods. And part of these workers, well, 2 of them were just arrested, one for disorderly conduct, and the other one on a DUI, alcohol and drugs. So I'm not saying we all didn't have this type of citizen in our neighborhood already, but we certainly didn't need more of them, and especially they're not even there to live there. They're just there to do their commercial industry. We don't need this. You know it, I know it. So the question is, how are you guys going to protect us? Because it's not happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Bill McManus, Hanford Hill. Just want to read a few things here before we get to the meat of it. The Mountain Ranch Road fire started in June. That was a debris burn that was out of control when the burning season was suspended. That was on a marijuana grow. The cost of suppression, $7,200. The ranch fire was started June 22nd. This was an illegal generator running on a pot grow, and the cost of suppression there was $23,733. The Shetland fire started July 11th, 2016, burned 2 acres, was caused by electrical arcing from the breaker box. The electrical feed supplied a marijuana operation. Cost for suppression, $71,320. The Appaloosa fire started on July 2nd and burned 310 acres. It was caused by electrical wiring, and the wiring was not up to code. The cost of suppression for the Appaloosa fire is $1.3 million. Yet to be reported are the results of the Stagecoach fire and the Copper fires. And there's another one we don't know about yet, and that would be in McCollum Hill, that just recently occurred. And as I look through all these reports, and I keep seeing things that caused the fire, it wasn't electrical fire, lightning or anything like that. These were all offenses that there are huge amounts of regulations in the urgency code or in the urgency ordinance. You go through the urgency ordinance, if any of them had been implemented or enforced, quite likely that none of these fires would have happened. So as I've been up on the urgency ordinance for some time, and as things change as we go forward with the history of it, I can look back and see that maybe there was never any intention to control these types of problems with marijuana grows, that the urgency ordinance was written to hamstring the Sheriff's Department code compliance, and we know that the urgency ordinance was a product that came out of what I call, in my own opinion, the Star Chamber.
30 seconds.
Where different individuals have been operating in secret. There's been no involvement by all interested parties, and I'm sad to say that I think that the urgency ordinance is deficient, and anything that comes after that that relates to the urgency ordinance is going to be equally as deficient. The only other thing after that, there was an incident in Murphy's, I'm sure you're all aware of it. Someone who was working on a pot grow, new to the area, was arrested for, I think it was home invasion and burglary. Fortunately, some citizens grabbed him until the Sheriff's Department could get there. So anyway, that's, thank you very much.
Reed Larson, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. As the sheriff had stated in the last meeting, or the last Thursday meeting at Mountain Ranch, the community center, enforcement's not going to happen overnight. With the $3.7 million the county received in conjunction with the passing of this $2 per square foot tax, we're going to see step-ups in enforcement. We are, as he said, slow to be able to hire everybody that we need in order to get enforcement going. I'll speak more about the fires in agenda item number 6. However, I just wanted to state that I understand the issues, and we agree with some of the issues that are being seen today, and we look forward to more enforcement being had. Thank you.
Okay. Public comments?
Hello, good morning. I'd like to first of all congratulate all of you for overcoming some very tough times with the Butte fire and supporting your local residents and also businesses. And I realize that at times you folks have very tough decisions to make, and that can be a very trying time. Thanks for your time. Congratulations.
Thank you. Any other public comments? All right, let's move on then to our, okay. Go ahead, Phil.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to talk about the Siboney Removal Company, Ray Luke, on the trees removal in Mountain Ranch. Mr. Luke was the only company in Mountain Ranch months ago when they were doing their cleanup that got involved into the community. He put on a big barbecue at the park for the town. Over 200 people were fed. He had a fundraising campaign to get money to redo the ballpark, which, by the way, we got no money from the county, so we did it ourselves. And we had a family of 6 children that lost their house, and shortly after the fire, the teenage boy committed suicide, and Mr. Luke and his company took care of everything for that family. So he was the only one I know of out of the 100 companies that were up there cleaning up and doing their job that got involved with the community. He's a good man. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Any other public comments? Okay. So we'll move on to our regular agenda.
So the first item on the regular agenda is from the Administrative Office to receive a report from the Board Chair, Department Heads, Cal OES, and FEMA update on Butte fire recovery.
Good morning. Brian Moss, Administrative Office. Just very quickly from my end of the shop, I just want to mention that we had a town hall meeting up in Mountain Ranch a couple weeks ago. Supervisor Oliveira and I attended that. That was designed to do outreach to the community to talk about the marked trees and what that meant. One of the things that was a little bit confusing for the public was the trees that are being removed in the right-of-way and or the right-of-entries are trees that have the potential of affecting public infrastructure. So it didn't mean that we're going to be going out and cleaning and removing trees throughout our property. But that was clarified at the meeting.
Yes, it was.
In addition to that, we have received approximately 80 right-of-entry forms, 60 of which are ready to go. And what I mean by that, of the additional 20, there's some missing information that they're pursuing to go ahead and wrap that up, whether they be signatures or whether they be addresses and that kind of thing. All of the right-of-way trees have been marked throughout the Butte fire. That's a very good thing. And that was approximately 1,800 trees. In addition to that, there are 10 parcels that Tetra Tech has reviewed and have marked approximately 400 trees already. So these are parcels that are already given the right of entry. So they're moving forward on that as well. And then finally, on today's agenda, the board's aware that they'll be addressing a contract for tree removal. With that, I know we have some department heads here.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment on that as well.
Absolutely.
Yesterday I was given one of the stakes that had the information on it. It has an envelope on it with the information on the right of entry. And so there was, somebody had an issue with it. People are a little bit frightened right now, rightly so. And so I looked at it, and it was just stapled on backwards. So one side was the right of entry form, and the other side was the letter that was describing what it was. So when you go straight to the right of entry form, it looks like county's taking control already. If you look at the introductory letter, it basically explains it first. Well, and also people do not know that within that package there's 4 pieces of paper that have an application and all kinds of information on it, which softens it up quite a bit before you actually have to put that signature down. So that was an issue that I talked with Public Works. They straightened it out already. It's not a problem. I don't think it's a problem now, but the public needs to know that. To pull that thing off and take a look at the paperwork inside of it, so that you can get a full understanding of what it means. The second part is it does pretty much describe an issue that people will have a problem with, and that is it doesn't explain clearly on how much of their property that they're going to come on, because really what it says is we have the right to come on your property. That's it. And so the interest is only the trees that are that would impede the county right of way. So we don't want trees falling on cars going by, or people working in the right of way, or anything like that, because of the liability, not only for the property owner, really. So that is the program is considering that we can go in there, remove those trees that are hazardous to the public right of way, and they're not going to go any further than that. That's it. So the rest of the trees are private property owners' responsibility. But we want to make sure that the trees that are on those private properties do not fall on public property that will harm somebody, because that causes big problems.
Absolutely agree with those comments.
And it's up to the property owner to decide if they want to do that. If they choose to not do that, then there's a responsibility that would be associated with that.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct. Absolutely on target. Thank you.
Jeff Kravitz, Public Works Director. I'm not going to go over what Mr. Moss went over about our arborist contract and the progress that they have made, which I think is very impressive. I will say that to the questions and the issues that were raised by Supervisor Edson, we are almost completed with our frequently asked questions and responses that were generated as part of the first public meeting in Mountain Ranch 2 weeks back. And that will become yet another packet that will not only be posted to the website, but will also be included in the stakes, where we are actually staking the packages in front of the private property parcels that have potential right of entry trees needing removal. The work that's been done by the arborists to date is available and is on a portal that shows the mapping, the photographs of every tree, the location of every tree that has actually been investigated. So those would be the right-of-way trees. To date, we haven't posted any information. I think Kim can correct me if I'm wrong, but we haven't yet posted the information on the 400 or so private property right of entry trees that have been investigated and been deemed dead or mortally wounded. So if any supervisor is interested in following along on that program, Public Works would be glad to provide them with access to the portal and the GIS mapping so that you could actually dial down into every individual tree that we will be removing. I would like that. Okay. Mr. Robbins. Okay. I am staying off subject matter of the construction contract for tree removal because that's another agendized item. The only thing that I can say that I would like to address just briefly is that concerning Mountain Ranch Community Park, I have been in contact with both Mr. Albers and with Terry Stone about the repairs, and we've had some transition in the county in terms of responsibility for parks. And so I have a series of meetings with admin who will be taking over responsibility for the parks, and one of the subject matters of that discussion will be Mountain Ranch Community Park and the damage that they took on during the fire response. So while the community club has not seen reimbursement to date, that doesn't mean that it is not still in the pipeline. Any questions? Thank you.
Any other department heads reporting on the Butte fire? Okay. I only have one more. Early on, Red Cross offered up a position for 1 year to help somewhere in the Butte fire. It went to the county, and then I made the suggestion that Red Cross actually hired the person themselves. And so I spoke with Debbie Calcone, is that her name? Debbie? Calcott on last week, and she understands the process right now. There are some applicants that will be interviewed for the Calaveras Recovers, and it'll be a project manager position. They have some applicants. They will be reviewed, and my suggestion was that she assemble the board for Calaveras Recovers and let them do an interview process and get them on board. So that's kind of where we're hanging with it. We're waiting for to get that done, and then I think that will really help out that whole Calaveras Recovers situation greatly.
And one more thing that we're learning is that RCRC is looking at doing an additional grant to help fire victims, not only for the Valley Fire and the Butte Fire, but actually any counties that are facing that. I will be in contact with RCRC about, because $150,000 of it is indicated towards Calaveras County, but there are a little bit more restrictions on this one, I'm understanding, than on the first $100,000 that was received as a grant to RCRC. So I will be in contact with them this week and to find out what we need to do regarding an MOU for the grant like we did last time. There is a limit per victim of the fire of $2,500, where on the previous one there was no limitation.
And so that's offered through the Golden State Financial folks through RCRC.
Correct.
And so Randy, thank you for Supervisor Hanfield out of Tuolumne for helping carry that through. And I received the resolution from him last week and passed it on to Shirley so she can process that. So there's a little bit more help on the horizon there for us. Okay, any other reporting on Butte Fire? All right.
Item 5 is from Human Resources to approve a resolution adopting the County of Calaveras equity policy.
Good morning, Board. Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. I'm bringing before you Human Resources is recommending that the Board of Supervisors approve the resolution adopting the attached equity policy. In April, the Department of Fair Employment and Housing had made substantial changes to their policies. Some of the changes that they have made has required that our written policies include a list of protected groups, allow employees to report violations to someone other than a direct supervisor. The policy must also instruct supervisors to report all complaints, not just written complaints, but complaints that are also just heard. And then also, we need to make sure that we define the investigation process within the policy, and then we also have definitions so people understand what is considered sexual harassment, what is considered discrimination, sexual misconduct, bullying, abusive behavior, and what is retaliation. And so instead of trying to take our current policy and adapt it, we created a new policy and titled it an equity policy. And so that's what I have before you now.
Any public, go ahead.
Question. Judy, this looks pretty thorough. Sometimes I wonder if you can cover everything, and it looks like, it's pretty much there. But is there, what's going to be the training component to this to teach supervisors, et cetera, what to look for, or employees about this policy?
Right. I had this discussion in our department head meeting last week. Lost track of time. Days go by so fast.
The second Monday of this month.
Yes, I discussed that with the department heads, and since I have been intimately involved with this process, I will be setting up training sessions with each of the department and going through training with the employees as well as the department heads, managers, and supervisors, so they completely understand how the policy works, what changes we have, and then we have also, once this policy is adopted, we will incorporate it into our new hire orientations. And so all new employees will also receive the new policy.
So along those lines, I also see in here where others are contractors and vendors and things along that line.
Yes,
so
and so
how
we
is
need
this communicated with them?
We need to make sure that when through the contract policy that vendors and contractors are given a copy of our new policy, and that it is stated in the contract that they will abide by the county's equity policy.
Thank you.
All right, any public comments?
Peter Race, 5th District. Being a foreigner, I got a question. On page 29, this package, page 29, page 22, there's so many. You might want to take a look at it. I just like to have a little explanation. I don't quite understand. The last paragraph, probably because of my mental challenge. How does that work? Is that for the employees or the employers? Or is that, how does that work? Is this a federal guideline, county guideline, state guideline? Being a dumb foreigner like me, I might like to have some little explanation on this. I mean, you have hired people just on the basis of a driver's license? Is that, first of all, that's my question. Driver's license. I mean, I'm sure you have certain liability on behalf of your constituents also. Do we want something like that? Is this supposed to be like what we're having in San Francisco? Would be nice to see your perspective on it. Maybe I can read it out so everybody can hear it. California non-citizen driver's license. Discrimination occurs when an employer does not accept an AB 60 driver's license issued to undocumented immigrants. Individuals issued this driver's license are covered under national ethnic original protection. Can I have an explanation to some of us folks that are kind of slow? Thank you.
What this is stating is that these are the items that we cannot discriminate against. Of course, when we are talking about or bring up undocumented, we have other documentation when we hire employees that we require. We have I-9 requirements, and so that ensure that employees are documented workers. But because the state now allows driver's license, undocumented workers to get driver's license, we can't question a driver's license. But there are other documentations that we do require for I-9s. And I-9s do establish identity and right to work. Driver license only establish identity. They do not establish right to work. So there is a whole nother list of documentation that we require for right to work, and driver's license is not one of them.
Any other public comments? Board comments?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution adopting the County of Calaveras equity policy.
Okay, can I have a second, please?
Second.
A motion by Supervisor Ponte, a second by Supervisor Olvera. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. So I would like to take a little break between agenda items right now, because I believe that we have a presentation, a quick presentation by our sheriff.
Morning, everybody.
Morning, Board. Where would you like them? Over here?
Right.
Right here?
Yeah. Facing the crowd, or facing the...
You may have to go all the way to the end.
Only for you, Peter.
Okay, good. I just want you guys to all pay attention to the guy in the front row right there. Okay, you're going to have to keep an eye on him.
Yeah.
And one hold the baby. That was good.
Board, public, these folks, I have these first 4 folks just got promoted, and the other 8 new hires to the department. I want to be very clear, we're very appreciative of these folks. They bring a lot to our department. By any means, don't think that this makes our staffing levels great, because it doesn't. These folks are backfilling positions that we've lost, and we're low on.
Just so everybody can hear me, I guess. I didn't know there was anybody out there in TV land. All right. So I want to introduce first Sergeant Heather Gordon, Sergeant Kevin Stevens, Corporal Darian Sanchez, Corporal Jim Mosier, Deputy Eric Schrantz, Deputy Brian Terry, Deputy Lance Williams. I'm still learning their names. I know some of them, not all of them. Our dispatcher, Samantha King, our new deputy who just came out of our jail onto the streets, Talia Matos, Katrina Large is a new correctional officer, and I don't remember Mr. Crawford. Jason Crawford is also in our corrections, and Maria is our bean counter. And she's a very good bean counter. I'd like to have a round of applause and congratulate all of our new folks and our promoters. Supervisor Edson, did you want to say anything?
Just one quick thing. I know that you're ready. Who's the officers that got sworn in this morning? All of them.
The new hires.
No wonder you want to do that outside. Well, we certainly appreciate you bringing them down to bring them into the public light, because I think it's important that people realize that we are actively recruiting and retaining people. So, and we already have some really good ones on board as it is, and you guys are joining a very good team. So we certainly appreciate you being here, and we hope that that you enjoy working in Calaveras County. So thank you for being here. Thanks for coming down too.
Thank you, Supervisor Edson, Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, kind of a special day. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Captain Macedo, Lieutenant Hewitt, Lieutenant Hubbardy, and the fine staff of the Calaveras County Sheriff's Department. I'd like to address our new hires and our promotees. I've had the opportunity to work with every single promotee. They're fine individuals. They're good cops. And to our new hires and our new staff, I want to give you a little word of advice. I've taken 4 oaths in my life. One in the Marine Corps, one for the Oakland Police Department, one for the Calaveras County Sheriff's Department when I was a sheriff, and one as a supervisor for this county. I take those oaths very seriously. You need to stop for a moment and think about what's going to happen for the rest of your life. This day you have joined a brotherhood and sisterhood that you will never forget. You have a duty and responsibility to the citizens of Calaveras County, and you have to make sacrifices and put yourself above the standards. And every time you go to work and even off duty. But you need to make a promise to yourself, and more importantly, to your families. You are charged with responsibility in protecting everybody in this county, including yourself, and including your families. So make sure when you go to work, in the morning or night, you come home in the same condition in the morning or night. Congratulations, gentlemen and ladies.
All right, so it's been requested we take a 5-minute break, so we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Item 6 on the agenda is from the Human Resources Department. Approve changes to position control list for positions related to the medical cannabis cultivation registration program.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. I am bringing before you this morning changes to the position control list for positions related to the medical cannabis cultivation registration program. The positions that we are asking for is 2 service techs for the Sheriff's Department and 4 deputy sheriffs, 2 in the Environmental Management Department, 2 registered environmental health specialists, the Planning Department, a planner 1-2, and office technician 1-2, and then a code enforcement officer for the Building Department.
And just for the board's information, between what was approved at recommended budget and what you'll be approving today, we have a list of both permanent positions and extra hire positions that the board requested information on. And it's a total of 6 deputy sheriffs, 1 sergeant, 2 sheriff service techs, 4 extra hire sheriff service techs, 3 code enforcement officers, 1 ag biologist, 1 environmental health technician, 2 registered environmental health specialists, 1 planner, 1 office tech for planning, 2 extra hire planners, 3 extra hire office techs for planning, a limited term county counsel, and 1 part-time extra hire office tech for HR. In addition, we'll be looking at, because we know there's other departments that and other positions that will need to supplement staff going forward, and we will bring that back at final budget. These were the ones that we thought were critical to, and the board directed us as being critical to bring forward as soon as possible, so that the recruitment process could begin.
Okay, you spoke way too fast for me to write.
Okay.
So I'm wondering, can we get sort of have a little fun with you?
Sure.
Can we get all of us either get a copy of that or a print of all the positions that we've added in addition today?
Would be happy to provide that to our board. We can send it via email.
Okay, I'd really appreciate that.
Yes, my office, I can get that to you.
Thank you very much. And also, maybe in the notations, can we have some sort of an idea what else this money has paid for? Like, it's paying for the EIR, I understand, and temporary positions in planning or anything of that nature?
We will give you a list of the permanent positions it's funding, the extra hire positions it's funding, the capital assets that's funding, because there is another item on the board's agenda today for additional capital assets, the special equipment that has been requested by various departments, especially the sheriff's office, and what the cost of those are, the cost of the ARR, and as we go forward, what positions we're looking at, because I know there's been interest in a fire marshal. There's been interest from the auditor's office to help process fire-related, medical marijuana, cannabis-related, all of this that they have to do, and the treasurer tax collector's office for if and when the cultivation tax passes, she will need additional staff to help process the billings for that. So we will not only give you what has been approved or included to date, but we can provide you some of the information of what we're looking forward to at final budget.
That would be great. I'm looking forward to seeing that email.
Question? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chair. Question. The positions that are contained in this agenda item, does that include the 4 promotion positions we just made? So, in essence, when we made those promotions, that opened up 4 more positions for deputies, so how does that work?
The positions that I'm bringing to you today are not approved positions, and so nobody has been moved into those positions.
So in essence, with the, maybe Lieutenant Hubbard could help, with the promotion of the deputies today, they actually came from corporal to sergeant. That left the corporal's position open for promotion within the department. And actually, you can promote a deputy to that corporal position and still have a deputy open position. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, it has a domino effect. When you promote up, then you leave. As those go up, you still have those positions available to fill at the lower levels. But that has nothing to do with the 4 positions that are on today. These are new positions, added positions to the Sheriff's Department.
For the regulation?
Yes, for cannabis registration, the regulation, and enforcement of the cannabis urgency ordinance.
And there's capital dollars being spent too, like for instance, there were 2 vehicles that were purchased, right?
Then the board has already approved a number of vehicles, both for the Sheriff's Office and code compliance. There are additional vehicles on an agenda item here before the board today for vehicles for the Sheriff's Office and code compliance. There's also been a list that was submitted by the Sheriff's Office for additional equipment above and beyond what was included at recommended budget, as well as for some of the other departments, and their budgets will be adjusted at final budget so that they will have the sufficient funding. Normally those budgets, they can go ahead and make those purchases now because there's usually sufficient appropriations within the budget at this point of the year to do so, and then we will augment as part of the technical adjustments at final.
Okay. Any other board comments here? Public comments?
Peter Reyes, 5th District. Thank you for the good work. I will be nice to know how much money has the county collected? How much money you have to spend on this? Who's keeping track of the income? Who's keeping track of the expenses? It would be nice to know, get a report. I know there was a big crowd over there, very happy to donate to the county cause. But I would like to know, hey, what was the income on it? How come it's not been disclosed? And the other thing is, maybe it's too much work, but all those percentage and numbers and so on, it's very impressive. But it would be more impressive to see the dollar signs next to it. For some reason, in this outfit, you have a hard time putting dollar signs next to the classification sign. Maybe it's too much hassle, but I'm sure the state has it, and I can get it. But maybe it takes too much printing paper.
Are you asking what they get paid, Peter?
Yes, I want to know what it costs, not just classification, because some of those are classification, 3, 4 classifications in there. Where's the beef, guys? I like to see the money. Show me the dollars. Unless it's too much for staff to do it for you, then we can always go around it also. I want to see the dollar signs on it too. What it's cost and where is it going. Thank you.
We received approximately $3.7 million in registration fees. That was one of your questions. We have a separate budget unit and fund set up that is tracked through the auditor's office for this program, so that at any point in time we can run reports to find out what our costs are. Usually in the budget process, we put in the amount of what the total cost of any position is. A deputy sheriff runs about $112,000 fully loaded.
I really appreciate it. I don't want approximation. It's taxpayers' money. I want the dollars and cents. Thank you.
And we can provide that, Mr. Raish. We have that information. I do not have the ability to pull that report right up to give it to you to the penny, but at any point we can pull that information from our county financial system.
That's why there's a public meeting, ma'am.
So, along with that, I think this is an important enough subject to come out with some kind of a report out. Did we discuss that at all? So some kind of a report out so that we can keep track of the progress of the ordinance and the results.
Reed Larson, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. In April of 2015, CCA made a deliberate adjustment to our political outreach. Knowing that no discourse can proceed without trust, we took the considerable risk of leading our communication with an admission of the problems associated with cannabis in our community, and took responsibility for our role moving forward in solving these problems. Today we're here once again to open the conversation over a problem associated with our growers that must be addressed, to explain why we believe it exists, and to outline our plan for improving the situation in the future. In the past 2 months, 4 wildfires have been traced back to negligence that occur in the Calaveras County cannabis farms. In most cases, the cause of the fires come back to faulty electrical work. CCA believes that these instances of negligence are yet another symptom of the main problem underlying the risks associated without industry in this county, and that the disconnect that exists between growers and many support systems fail due to taking advantage of the system they fear. The do-it-yourself culture of cannabis growers in Calaveras County is causing much of this problem. To solve this, we came to the board a year ago asking for regulations that would allow growers an avenue to move away from these dangerous habits by granting them access to a support system via the urgency ordinance, and you've done that. Thank you. Under the urgency ordinance, growers are required to rectify all code violations, including faulty wiring. They are also required to place generators in insulated sheds. County and site inspections can easily be adjusted to include an inspection of all electrical associated with the grow operation to ensure the lowest possible risk of fire. Additionally, because of the newfound legitimacy and protections being afforded by growers, we expect a slow but steady continuing progression of growers becoming ever more confident in voluntarily accessing the support systems that the county provides. While we firmly believe these regulations will be effective, they will also undoubtedly progress slowly. And for this reason, CCA would like to propose some adjustments to the inspection procedure for cannabis cultivation sites. Primarily, this includes that the fire marshal be involved in drafting points of inspection relating to fire safety, and that CAL FIRE be consulted in similar fashion. Additionally, we also believe it's time for CCA to do our part in regards to this issue. CCA has opened up lines of communication with CAL FIRE leadership and will soon be reaching out to the fire marshal in kind in order to craft a series of PSAs, do's and don'ts, and self-inspection checklists to distribute through our community.
30 seconds.
We're also here to declare our commitment to making ourselves available to these departments in whatever capacity they wish in order to do our part to combat fire risk. And we beg of you to take us up on this offer. Please engage us and let us help. Thanks, guys.
Any other public comments?
Bill McManus, Hanford Hill. In going through all of the new promotions and new employees coming on board, it's obviously an attempt to create the illusion that there's going to be enforcement for the regulations. You know, as we look at the calendar now, we're almost in August. By the time these people are on board, up to speed, it'd probably be in the heart of the harvest season or beyond. Even some of the requirements required by the urgency ordinance aren't due until September. So are we out of step with having enforcement come after the regulations have been imposed and they're not being enforced? Because what I hear is that there's still a veil of secrecy pulled over the application process in the planning department, and not everyone knows what's going on, who's legal, who isn't legal. We've been promised a cross-reference list or an index, haven't seen that yet. I get calls all the time from people, how can we find out if the guy across the street is registered? You know, really all I can tell them is right now the best source would be a Ouija board, because no one else seems to know. So what I see is people saying, give us more regulations, more regulations, more regulations, to make the public feel better, like we're really got a handle on this thing. But in reality, there's no enforcement. And without enforcement, regulations are meaningless. Without enforcement, you have regulations that sit on the books and gather dust. Without enforcement, you have chaos, and that's what we have now. So how are we going to get this system back in sync where all of this stuff can be done before the season starts? Not when lots start burning up, not when houses are burning down, not when we find out after the fact that the inspections that would have prevented the fire never took place. I don't blame the departments that have to do that. I don't know that they're aware of who's out there growing. I don't know that the board's aware. I don't know that anyone's aware. What do we know that we don't know? And I think that there's probably a huge number of grows out there that no one's ever going to know about until something goes bad. And we're starting to see that now, but, you know, I think we all knew that was coming anyway. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Hello, Mark Bolger, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. I can understand why Mr. McManus feels frustrated with the time frame that it's taking to occur. We feel the same way. You know, it's shocking. It's very upsetting when we read in the newspaper that the cannabis farm is to blame for this fire or multiple fires. Negligence is not something to be taken lightly, and it's something we're very concerned about. I'd like to commend the county and all the different departments involved. I think they're working at hyperspeed to get this thing going. I'm amazed at how quick this bureaucracy is forming, you know, in the regulatory body that is going to be enforcing all the Calaveras cannabis regulations. I would like to reiterate what Mr. Larson said. We firmly support having inspections for all industry members, whether it's indoor, outdoor, greenhouse, to make sure all wiring, all building code is up to snuff. Now, a suggestion I'd like to make is if the county, when the list is fully compiled of registered growers, that a letter be sent out with best management practices for fire safety, code violations, etc. We know this wasn't going to just happen overnight. I mean, I think the progress that's already occurred is pretty amazing. Again, I commend everyone involved in how fast it has been moving, and it's not perfect, but I mean, we've got a huge issue here that wasn't going to be fixed overnight. And again, if our industry has to increase our fees to cover a cost of, fire marshal inspection or CAL FIRE inspections, that is something that, we should be held accountable for. And after a nexus study is prepared, if it's determined that additional fees are required, we'd be more than happy to pay it. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Bring back the report, please.
I want to address one comment that was made that irritates me a little bit. I sent a message to the sheriff asking him to bring his new promotees and hirees here before the board so that we could thank them. And I wouldn't doubt that other supervisors didn't do the same thing. That has nothing to do with creating an illusion. It's no secret that our law enforcement in this country is under attack. Every week, it seems like lately, we're reading of an assault on them. We need to honor these people and thank them. That had no connection to creating any kind of an illusion, and I don't want that to be left unsaid. And I thank the sheriff for bringing those people here. We need to welcome them, we need to thank them, and we need to let them know we do give a rip about them. And I do take exception to that remark. And I agree. I don't think we are aware of how many growers have been here for the many years. They've been here for a long time, and some of them have no intention of identifying themselves. It takes a long time to get somebody hired in the governmental process. Supervisor Edson's been asking for a fire marshal. I support him in that. Just to get that description is there's already time invested just to get the description without even putting the job out. So to get a deputy hired is a long process. And I have no doubt that they're not wanting to enforce the code that's been put before them. But I don't believe it can be done overnight either. I do support these new positions and have a wish list of additional ones that if I can lobby for going forward, I'll probably ask for them again. So that is my 2 cents.
Mr. Chair, my comment. I share the same concerns and position with Supervisor Kearney. And Mr. McManus, you are incorrect. This county, this sheriff's department, and all agencies involved are doing everything possible to expedite this process. I speak from personal experience, and the bottom line is there are no smoke and mirrors here. I think that was out of line, and I take exception to that also. If you had an understanding of how the process is, we have far, far gone beyond the normal timeline of hiring people to accomplish this task. And I want to commend the folks with their offer of cooperation. That shows that there is standing, not so much for the subject of the issue, but it shows the type of caliber of people that are putting this organization together, and I commend you on that. It doesn't change my position on marijuana. Thank you.
May I respond to Supervisor Oliver? That was a public comment. He had his right to comment just like you did this one time. Oh, I thought I could. No. Could I answer back to him? No. Oh, okay.
We can do it over copy. We can do it over copy.
You still public comments? So, Mr. Chairman, we didn't have we closed public. We closed public comment. Okay, thank you. So it's our turn now. Go for it. Every once in a while we get that. I would just like to commend Sheriff DiBasilio for putting out his effort. I know that he's been doing a lot of research. Went to Colorado. He's taking great steps to get as much understanding of how we can make this ordinance work. Because I believe that that's really our direction that we have to go to get things under control. I started a watershed program a few years back, and in that was a part of it was called unintended consequences. And so I asked the sheriff department to send me pictures of some of their cartel busts and some of the things that were going on back then and before then. And there were many pictures, which I'd be happy to share with anybody. 55-gallon drums of illegal chemicals and things of that nature that were tipped over and out into our environment, and our environment was taking a real beating as well. And so, with all of this, there's so many things to consider on how we can get control of this situation, So I want to thank the many departments that have stepped forward to make this thing happen quickly. We've been working on ordinance for a couple of years, and then all of a sudden we had the urgency ordinance. We had an influx of folks that trying to take advantage of some things, and so we did the urgency ordinance. The state gave us that opportunity, I guess you might say. Heck of an opportunity there, and. Not only the sheriff's department, but our planning department worked days on end, taking that information on those applications, and they've hired extra people to help them with that. There are other departments, including county staff, that have spent many hours beyond what their normal call of duty would be, just so that we could all get a handle on this thing. It's not going to happen overnight. We're not going to be able to see this, this big door just shut, and then all the issues will be solved. But we are working together, and I'm very confident right now, especially with the partnerships that we're creating here, not only with public and the folks that are involved in the industry, but the sheriff's department, which never has happened before. I think that we have the best possible chance of really making something that works for our county. And so I just want to commend the folks that are working together to solve problems. And I think, I know Debbie was involved in that committee as well, and we've been working pretty hard on it, so I want to thank everybody for doing that. Working together, that's how we solve problems. So can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Kearney, a second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, good, thank you. Thank you, Sheriff.
Item 7 is for the Community Development Block Grant to approve changes to Calaveras County's Community Development Block Grant Housing Rehabilitation Guidelines.
Good morning. John Lawless, Health and Human Services. We're asking for the minimum amount of allowance for people to rebuild their wells, sewer systems from $10,000 up to $100,000. We're finding that $10,000 is not adequate to properly replace burn victims, wells and septic or sewer systems. So the increase would help us to do that. Currently, there is about $93,000 left in that fund. We are in the process of looking at a NOFA from Cal Home. There isn't any details on it yet, but we're working on it to try to bring in more funding so that we help homeowners who have been disrupted by the fire to recreate their systems. So that is the purpose of this update to the Cal Home CDBG grant.
Okay, is there any programs that you're aware of within here that would help some of these fire victims that were renters?
Unfortunately, I believe at least this grant is only for homeowners. I don't think it applies for those who are renting. And I don't know if the NOFA is going to address that or not. There was some discussion about it when we were on a call last week.
Okay. Debbie?
Oh, I think, as I understood it, it's because this particular program is for the homeowner, because
Yes.
it's drilling a well, so that's to the land.
Right.
Which maybe in turn, you know, if the owner drills a well, maybe it is a rental, I should say, but that's my understanding of the monies to be used
Right.
for the increase.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment. Mr. Lawless, the property owner that actually may file suit on his own and takes advantage of this grant, is there any provisions in the grant that the grant be refunded if he becomes victorious in that suit?
That I'm not aware of.
Counsel, is that proper procedure in grants? Have you any knowledge on that?
Honestly, I did not review this grant. Other counsel in my office did, so I'm not familiar with the terms of this specific grant. If it is something of concern for the board, certainly our office can look into it and advise. But typically, I mean, it's in whether they apply for the grant and meet the grant requirements, that would be separate from anything that they may be. Sounds like you're asking whether they have a private suit or anything.
Correct. I understand there are individuals that have filed suit or intend to file suit just by the normal media. And I'm just wondering, would they double dip, if you will?
It's a good question.
I don't think it would be any different than the folks that have received FEMA money and then file suit. You know, there may be certain conditions within the paperwork that they have to sign. We can confirm that one way or the other.
I just want to know if anybody, that is a possibility. I don't know if they need research on that until it comes up. Thank you.
Okay, anything else?
I can tell you with everything else that we've done, there's no double dipping.
Oh, I know.
So
it's always the first time.
You know, and that may be on the application process. So, which we don't have in front of us. Okay. Public comments?
Peter Reyes, General 5th District. It's a nice lengthy document. First question, who is the actual sponsor? I got the impression that you five are. I believe. One thing, okay, that you can just combine everything later on. No financing, where is the money going to be coming from? I mean, I presume you want to improve the grant and so on. But if you haven't seen the money that's coming, I don't know how you're going to see what strings attached. There's a lot of approximations in here. On page 7B, 4.62, you need flood insurance. Is that the flood insurance that we are flooding, 100-year flood? Is that what the FEMA kind of give us the oil shaft last time, or that there is a revised? I mean, I would like to know what's the 100-year flood they decided on. 5.2, loan payment, auditor. Who's going to handle the loan payments? How much is it going to cost to administer the loan payments? 7B, maximum purchase price of the house. That's going to affect the grant and so on. But what I find it interesting is that value limit, the dollar amount, it's under 7B, purchase price and so on, 3/12/2012. What kind of prices we dealing with? I mean, your constituents, maybe I'm kind of slow and dense, I'll be the first one to admit, but you approving something that's going to go on the basis of 2012 values, income limits, 2013, maybe I missed a couple of years, but where these numbers coming? How's it relevant right now? You're going to have a loan review committee. Who is on that loan committee? Who appoints them? Who they're responsible to? So those are just little minor questions.
30 seconds.
I'm sure it's going to take you 30 seconds to answer these minor details. Thank you.
Would you write all those questions out there for Peter?
How can they do something in front of you guys? You haven't seen it before.
We have, actually, this has come to the board
We've
before.
seen it, we just haven't heard all those questions before, Peter.
This has come to the board before, the board has approved it. It's just a change to...
Ma'am, I'm addressing the chairman. I'm not going to have a debate with you. Please.
She was explaining for me to you.
Point of order. Public comment.
She was explaining for me, so please, you're not up at the podium right now. You already had your chance there.
Thank you, sir.
I'll just make a motion to approve. Second.
A motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Olvera. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Item 8 on the agenda is from the Public Works Department to authorize the board chair to execute a professional services agreement between Calaveras County and Phillips and Jordan, Inc. for hazardous tree removal services due to the Butte Fire incident for an amount not to exceed $9,775,053.39 and a term ending August 31st, 2017.
Jeff Krovitz, Public Works Director, Calaveras County. Kind of a big occasion for the Public Works Department. This is, Robert and I were discussing it yesterday. He thinks this is one of the largest contracts that the Public Works Department has ever put in front of the Board of Supervisors for approval. And it is only the beginning of local county contracts for Butte fire recovery. Kind of a background story is in the immediate aftermath of the fire, when we knew we had 81 miles of roads that were impacted within the burn area and thousands and thousands of trees that were adversely impacted by the fire, either killed or mortally injured, the road crews immediately took down trees that were on fire immediately adjacent to right-of-way to protect and provide access to the Sheriff's Office and to CAL FIRE and their various contractors for suppression during the fire and in the immediate aftermath. My road crews went out and spent 3 or 4 days on the same road, returning every day, taking out more trees. And those trees were logged and decked here at Government Center, and some of them are still there. We will be processing those. I was sort of educated by FEMA and Cal OES of the necessity to remove those hazard trees along public roads, and that the process I was to follow was government regulations, specifically Code of Federal Regulations for debris removal, and that I must meet federal code, state code, county code for these contracts. I was also informed that I had 6 months to take care of this unless I was able to negotiate with Cal OES, the state agency, for an additional 6 months to extend the duration period for the removal of this debris. So in December, myself and one of my junior engineers put together an RFP for an arborist because that was a mandatory requirement for the removal of the trees. We went ahead and followed our county contract code, sent that out, received 3 responses, went through our county process to review the responses, identify the top-ranked proposal, and then enter into negotiations with the top-ranked proposer. At the same time, we continued to educate ourselves concerning the Code of Federal Regulations and discovered that the RFP that was put together did not conform with the Federal Code of Regulations. What that meant is that it placed the county at risk for executing a contract, being responsible to that entity for the amount of the contract, and not being able to claim reimbursement from FEMA or Cal OES as a result of the declared disasters. So at that point in time, we rescinded the RFP and rescinded the awards and started over again. That was a fairly small contract. At that time, we thought it was only going to be about $1 million. And the county's portion of that would be roughly in the neighborhood of $62,000. But nonetheless, that was still a risk of county funds that we felt we couldn't take. In addition to that, at the same time, January, February, March, April, May, through June, we were heavily involved in the debris removal contract that was being operated by Cal Recycle, the state agency with oversight by FEMA, for the burned buildings. That contract took out approximately 26,000 truckloads of burned debris and distributed it to landfill and recycling facilities in the Central Valley. The total volume that was hauled out of the fire was about 35,000 tons, which represents almost 150% of what the Rock Creek landfill takes into the landfill annually, just to give you an idea of volume that we took out in burned buildings, ash and debris. So anyway, we went back to the contract RFP, changed it, made it comply with Federal Code of Regulations, went out to public bid, and we got one response. We reviewed the one response, found that firm to be qualified, responsive, and responsible, and recommended award to that firm. That was Tetra Tech. Ironically, it was the same firm that was first ranked in the first proposal, but we did not award the second proposal until January of 2016. That was a $2 million contract. The next phase in the debris removal contract is to get a contractor on board who will be responsible for actually the removal of the trees, both the trees along the right-of-way and then those trees on private property that have the potential to fall onto public right-of-way and affect the rights and use of the public right-of-way by the public. So we solicited the RFP for a construction contract June 27th of this year. We opened responses July 11th. We made a notice of intent to award with a recommendation to the board on July the 12th. So you can see that was quite quick. And today we are here asking the board to award a contract. A couple of things that I think are very important for the board to understand is that I know the board hears all the time about Public Works contract and the requirement to choose the low-cost bidder. That is not the case with this contract. This is not a Public Works improvement contract. This is a services contract. They are removing trees. At the end of the day, we're not building a bridge. We're not building a road. We are removing debris. Therefore, it is not a cost-based contract. It's a qualifications-based contract. So I think that's very important to get out right away. We had 4 respondents. We had 2 local respondents from the county. We had 1 respondent from Tuolumne County and 1 respondent that is a statewide contractor and actually works nationally on debris removal contracts. The local respondents included C.W. Emerson, a local contractor, a joint venture of Brad Sutton and Cal Waste, our permit solid waste collection and hauler. The Tuolumne County contract was by Sierra Mountain Construction Incorporated, who has experience on the rim fire, and then the out-of-county contractor, which is P&J they're here today. The process of review that we go through to award and make recommendations on this, on these response from proposals, from our request for proposals, is that we build a committee of both in-house staff and out-of-department staff to review the proposals. In an ideal setting, we would have had somebody from out of the county who was a professional in forestry or a professional arborist. I tried to solicit CAL FIRE to be on my review committee, and they didn't have time. I tried to solicit professional foresters within the county and out of the county to review this. They declined. And so, therefore, I was left to use staff from within the county. I used the Deputy Director of Public Works, Mr. Packinger. I used an extra hire senior engineer position who's been hired primarily with the primary purpose to help us with our road recovery programs following the Butte fire. And then the third member of the panel was from the CAO's office, who's been a long-term county employee, and Mr. Moss, who's also leading the charge on Butte fire recovery, as well as tree mortality. Those three performed an independent review of all the proposals received. They did a preliminary ranking. They got together. They looked at each other's scores. They identified what they thought were strengths and weaknesses, came up with a preliminary ranking. Then they opened up the cost proposals, completed the ranking forms, and then they invited me to meet with them and discuss their findings. In the interim, I independently reviewed the four proposals. I had my own ranking in my mind, and I sat down with them. Comparing their ranking with my ranking, we both had the same number one. We had a slightly different order for 2, 3, and 4. The number one ranked firm from the committee and myself was Phillips & Jordan. Second rank was by the committee was K.W. Emerson. Third was the Sutton Cal Waste joint venture. And the fourth rank was Sierra Mountain Construction Incorporated from Tuolumne County. Various reasons. If you look on page 2 of the staff report, you can see the ranking, the name of the firms, their cost proposal, and their proposed schedule for it. At the bottom of the table in the middle of the page, you'll also see what the engineer's estimate of probable construction costs were based upon the cost we received from Lake County. And you will also see the engineer's estimate that we prepared using data that we had provided to FEMA, and FEMA agreeing with our data on a cost per tree basis, which was approximately $1,200 per tree. That includes from field to finish. That includes the mobilization, the office, the equipment, the labor, the transportation, the sort yard, the treatment of the trees, the distribution of the materials that come from those trees, and the cleanup of the debris management sites and construction closeout. So that estimate of $1,200 a tree was put together by myself and Mr. Miller, Mike Miller, who came to assist us during the immediate aftermath of the fire in December through March of this year, December of 2015 through March of 2016. The process of what we go to from here is kind of a couple of parallel paths. Because this is a public works construction contract, it must, by state and federal law, it requires environmental clearance. As such, the county or Department of Public Works is responsible for the CEQA clearance. There are provisions within the California Environmental Quality Act that allows us to have exemptions to respond to declared disasters. So Public Works has done that and has completed the CEQA exemption. Because FEMA is the primary funding agency of this particular project, this program for debris removal, they have responsibility for the production of the NEPA clearance document. And they are in process of doing that. We're anticipating a response from FEMA and a finding on their NEPA process within the next 2 to 3 weeks. We cannot put boots on the ground, we cannot begin cutting trees until that has been completed. Additionally, there is some outreach that the Public Works Department will be doing with our local Miwok tribe to make sure that they are aware of our processes and that we are not doing ground disturbing activities on sacred or sensitive sites. And if we are, we will provide monitoring to make sure that we are working to the best of our abilities.
Excuse me, Joe.
Yeah.
So you're saying that NEPA is involved only because we're collecting federal funds?
Federal expenditure of federal funds requires NEPA clearance for environmental work, and that's true on any project we do.
Okay. Wow. I mean, I can understand if it was a national forest, but, you know, this is county property.
But it's the same thing with our highway bridge program. We've got, what do we have, 13, 14, 12, somewhere bridges that we're currently in the process of reviewing and replacing. The funds are coming from...
What about the federal disaster that was declared by the president? Does that have any relief in there for those, like the state does? The state, you know, relieves some of the CEQA issues. Well, wouldn't that federal disaster do the same thing?
I just want to remind the chair that the item before the board today is the contract for the tree removal, not about the actual process for FEMA and whether there are any exemptions for NEPA, considering we have FEMA funding. So any of these questions, I would recommend that you direct, that we work with staff and with my office to look at and consider with FEMA outside of this public hearing.
Okay, say that, but it also has to do with a decision on a contract based on the amount of time that we have left on it. So that could have been a factor. It could have been a factor in the choosing of a contractor.
Well, according to Director Krovitz, it's my understanding that the NEPA clearance is anticipated to be completed within the next few weeks. Is that correct?
Yeah, but it does mention here in the staff report, FEMA's all over it. So to have a discussion about how FEMA plays into this seems to be a very logical connection to the agenda item.
Only because it's a time issue.
Well, how the FEMA process works is a question that we have regarding this contract going out. So I don't see how it's not related to the agenda.
All that I'm saying is that whether NEPA, there's an exemption for NEPA or not.
If you don't know the answer to that, that's okay. I was just asking.
And that's what I'm trying to...
Yeah. If you don't know, it's okay. You don't expect to know every single case.
I'm just saying that as far as whether there's an exemption for NEPA under the circumstances is something that we would have to look into. It appears that NEPA clearance is coming in the next couple of weeks. Whether NEPA, there's an exemption for NEPA or not, shouldn't have any bearing on whether the board can move forward on what is in front of the board today.
Just to clarify, it's almost a chicken and egg process here, where we cannot get a contractor to remove trees until we have an arborist on board to identify the trees that are dead. The arborist on board has identified the right-of-way trees. We've got them on specific locations and specific trees. It's all mapped. Those can be then analyzed for a impact under the Federal Environmental Quality Act. The right of entry trees on private property, we are in the process of getting rights of entry. Mr. Moss spoke to that earlier. And as those locations come to light and are more specified, then that gives FEMA additional information whereby they can complete the environmental clearance for those private properties. It's not just federal properties. The federal government has a duty to provide environmental clearance when they're spending federal funds, whether it be on public lands or private lands, whether it be a national park, a state park, or a county road. So that's the bottom line. We go through those processes every time we have federal funds for a public works project.
So bottom line to me is that we have a project that today we could decide who a contractor is. They could get to work right now. only we can't because we're waiting for the federal government to provide us some clearance on NEPA. And by the way, during that period of time, maybe a tree could fall on somebody. So that's an issue for me.
Yes, it certainly is an exigent circumstance. We patrol the roads every day, and when we see trees that Public Works thinks are a danger of immediate collapse, we're taking those trees in advance of the contract. It's a tough recovery where we have a fire that has burned a very steep mountainous region with very, very narrow roads. You can only get so many trucks and so many contractors in a given area at a given time. So that's the schedule that we've been dealt, and we're working with it. I do not anticipate it taking a long time for FEMA to complete their environmental clearance, their federal environmental clearance. I really don't. I don't see that as a critical path schedule issue at all. So the contractor needs several weeks to mobilize and provide submittals to Public Works for approval before they can even put boots on the ground. I anticipate by the time they have all of their approvals to put boots on the ground, we will also have our federal environmental quality clearance. Okay? Yes?
A couple questions for you. How's the project going in Lake County? Are you familiar with that? Have they finished this? Are they just starting? Where are they at?
Lake County they've, for the most part, finished with their right-of-way trees. They went ahead and did removal of right-of-entry trees where they could get permission to enter the private lands. Where they couldn't get permission to enter the private lands, they are now stuck with the post-process that's necessary for them to go through. So the county decided that they would take the risk of assuming the liability for 100% of the funding so that they could get the trees out of there quickly. They now have assumed 100% or at least a percentage of the liability for the private property trees that were not removed to date under the program.
And who did they contract with?
I don't know, but I think that we have some people in the audience that are interested in getting up and speaking. They can answer that question. I can't.
You don't know?
I don't know who the contractor was.
Same arborist, right?
No, actually, I don't. I know that our arborist. I need to clarify a little bit. We call it the arborist contract. That's essentially our engineering contract, our design contract, as it were, is Tetra Tech, and yes, Tetra Tech was involved in the lake fire, and they are here as well. Oh, this is not Tetra Tech. This is Earl Seberg. He's our Public Works extra hire, who was hired primarily to do road recovery, but he has spent a fair share of his time on this trees. So, you want to answer those questions?
Thank you. Earl Seberg, Public Works. Lake County had an initial phase where they removed trees using Ash Britt as the contractor. Tetra Tech was the arborist for that work. They took care of the right-of-way trees, some of the right-of-entry trees or private property trees. However, the contract with Ash Britt came to an expiration date, and Ash Britt chose not to extend the contract. And so they've subsequently gone out with a second RFP to bring another contractor in to remove about 1,500 trees, and that was on the street as of last week. I don't know when they open the results of that. So, thank you.
Any more questions? I'll continue. So the process here, starting today, is that we are hoping that the Board of Supervisors approves this contract. Public Works Department would then issue a notice to proceed to the contractor. We would then have a contractor kickoff meeting where we will discuss things like schedule, submittals for review and approval, office and field mobilizations, and then a schedule for tree removal, including transportation and processing. The arborist, Tetra Tech, is also our construction administrator for the construction contract. But Public Works still, FEMA still requires that Public Works have oversight over the arborist contract who is doing the construction administration, construction management from a business administration perspective. There will be required field inspections and oversight, not only from a quality assurance, quality control basis that is provided by the contractor, but from a federal compliance basis by our arborist and by Public Works staff. In general, Public Works will attempt to field verify about 5% of the trees. FEMA will come in at the end of the day and they will verify about 5% of the trees, probably not the same trees, so that there will be a back check on about 10% of the total trees that are removed to verify that removal is done within compliance of the Code of Federal Regulations. So in terms of this process for this contract, the financing for this, 75% comes from FEMA, so roughly $7.3 million. This is summarized on page 3 of the board staff report. 25%, the remaining 25% is shared between Cal OES and the county. Right now, we have applied 75% of the 25% to Cal OES, and then the remaining, which is roughly 6.25% to the county. Those numbers may change as we get a little further on with the process, but I don't think that the county's liability beyond the $610,000 will go up. It may have a chance to go down a little bit. So in terms of this contract, the process, there's some things that went wrong from Public Works perspective. We believe that the process was too quick, too short for us to adequately staff and review. I also felt that a 2-week turnaround was a little bit short, but I was proved wrong by the fact that I got 4 proposals and they were good proposals. So what went right for our process, we know that we are in compliance with the letter of the Code of Federal Regulations, and so that when it comes down to making claims and getting reimbursed for claims, we are going to be in good shape. I don't expect that 5 or 7 years from now, when the Office of the Inspector General comes and takes a look at our records from this year, they're going to have any problem with it. So that's very important in terms of defending and protecting the county's scarce resources that we are required to spend in support of this disaster. You do know that we have approximately 1,800 trees to remove on public right-of-way, a total of about 8,500 trees, so the balance somewhere over 6,000 trees, if I've done my math correctly, that are private trees on private property. There is a little bit of description within the staff report on the process and what homeowners can do and what their rights are and what their standing is, and then how it's funded for those private trees. You will all be notified when we get the first version of our frequently asked questions with answers that are going out to the private property landowners, so that when you get questions from your constituents, you have the correct answers as well, or at least the answers that have been developed between Public Works, FEMA, Cal OES, and Tetra Tech, our arborist. Okay. I anticipate that the majority of the trees, in other words, the right-of-way trees, will be the first that will come out quickly. The right-of-entry trees that we've received rights of entry will come out quickly, and then it will slow down. The citizens that are not wishing to sign rights of entry will have to go through a much longer and protracted process. But I think we will have all of the easy trees out of there this year. The harder trees may take a little bit longer, or the program may end and the county will have to go through its own internal process and its own internal funding to cause those private property trees to be removed and attempt to get reimbursement from the owners of those trees adjacent to right-of-way. That's one of the reasons that we are pushing so hard to get 100% compliance with the rights of entry. so that we can get this paid for not only for the county along county right-of-way, but for the private property owners that have been impacted by the fire, whose trees are dead or dying and have the potential to affect public right-of-way, so they don't have to pay for it out of their own pocket. Questions so far? Okay. Chairman, how would you like to proceed? I can invite Phillips and Jordan up here to speak to the contract and what their plans are, or we can save that till later. That's really however you want to do it, before public comment or after public comment.
Questions for clarification. So on one of the things that is, what I hear you say is this is an opportunity for Public Works, Calaveras County, to not have to go with the low bid.
That's correct.
Okay. So we also have a policy to where we want to focus on hiring local folks.
That's correct. The Code of Federal Regulations excludes that. We are not allowed to give local preference in accordance with the CFR.
Okay.
Okay?
But they waived the low bid.
We waived the low bid, and we did not give any preference to locals. So everybody competed on the same basis. In general, if you have a local preference, you say the preference is, say, a 5% preference or something like that. And so if it's a low bid contract and I have two low bids that are less than 5% apart, I can award to the higher bid who is also local.
Okay. But we didn't use that.
We're not allowed to.
We're not allowed that. Okay. On the estimated time for tree removal, it seems to be, a very quick deadline and a very far-reaching deadline. What's the difference there?
The difference is really the trees, the right-of-way trees and the right-of-entry trees. As soon as we know that we have them within a couple of days, we can have an arborist out, we can locate them, and they're ready to go. So
I'm talking about the completion date. You have one that's as early as November of 16, and then one as late as July 2017.
That was a problem for us, and that was one of the reasons that the Tuolumne firm was marked down, is because their duration was longer than the program existed. We know that we have the program, or we're assuming we have the program at least until the 31st of December of this year.
So was that a misunderstanding in the bidding process?
We thought it was very clear in the RFP that what the program was, that the program had some urgency and it had a limited duration. So that was our opinion on what we had published in the request for proposals.
So if our contract of number one does not meet that December 2016, are we dead in the water?
Not necessarily, but the way it works is that 6 months after the date of declaration, we have 6 months to remove these trees. That was March the 8th of this year. Cal OES, California, can give us a 6-month extension. And the extension has been implied. I requested it in January of this year, but it has been implied, so that would extend us through September the 8th. After September the 8th, the extension has to come from FEMA. And that extension can be anywhere from 6 months up to, I've heard, as long as 18 months. But we don't have any news on the extension yet because we are still awaiting our project worksheets from FEMA on this particular program, and they cannot give an extension before they've released the project worksheet. They are still working on the project worksheets. So we assume that we will be given the extension at least to the end of the year or potentially till March of 2017. However, beyond that, we have no control. We don't even have control beyond the 8th of September.
So
but I think if we have trees that are actually being moved out of the burn area and we have contracts in place, FEMA will give us the extension.
Okay. So that was all stated in the RFP.
Not all of that was explicit in terms of I did not discuss the status of the project worksheets, FEMA's review of it, nor did I discuss the extension, the 6-month extension from Cal OES, or a longer extension through FEMA. That was not in the RFP. What we did say, and Mr. Packager can speak to that. What we did say is this is a contract. It's an urgent matter. We would like it done as quickly as possible, and the program has a limited duration.
Okay, it just seems like, I don't know, I guess I'm concentrating on those dates so much. I know there's been, delays in getting all of this done and out, creating the urgency to get it done now, sooner rather than later. And, for this kind of money, it just seems like the time frame being associated here is just very far-reaching from, being done in November 2016 to all the way to July 2017. And I'm just wondering, if these contractors weren't fully aware of what the timeframes were.
Well, three of them, to me, November, January, December, within 3 months of each other is well within a standard deviation. The outlier in this case was the last one for July of 2017. And yes, I think that perhaps that contractor didn't understand this program, but not that they're not qualified. I'm just saying that they didn't understand the schedule of this particular program.
So all four of these are qualified?
I believe that all four of them were qualified. Some more qualified than others.
Can you describe why we're not going with the low bidder in this case?
Several reasons. The low bid is certainly enticing. It is not mandatory. We went with the contractor we felt that gave us, the most experience in FEMA Cal-OES tree removal. So ones that had demonstrated familiarity with these programs, the rules of the programs, the documentation and reporting requirements of these programs. That was important to us. And that was based on what was presented in the response to RFPs. A second area that was very important to us was an understanding of our roads and the narrow nature of these roads, and knowing that if they are doing tree removal along these rights-of-way and we could actually close the right-of-way, I was looking for an understanding of the importance of traffic management and accommodation for locals to get to and from work or to get to and from a supplier, and also to be able to get contractors that are working on other pieces in and out of the burn area. So one example is I fully expect that before this contract is completed, we will have the Railroad Flat Bridge Replacement Project in construction as well. And so for that contract, I've put in a mandatory requirement for them to coordinate with the county's contractor so that there will be no delay claims on the part of our Railroad Flat contractor due to the tree removal contract. A third area that was very, very critical to us is the nature of the transport of the trees and then the treatment of those trees at a debris sorting processing site. We know that there is some merchantable value for timber in the burned trees. However, it's low. The closest mill we've got is SPI's mill down south, and they are, for the most part, processing their own trees that were burned in the rim fire. And so they're going to take priority for their own trees to process before they're going to be wanting trees out of Calaveras County. So that means that there has to be other methods of processing these materials, which could be grinding for landscaping. They could be grinding for soil stabilization. They can be grinding for biomass plants. However, our closest biomass plant outside of Jamestown, my latest news is that contract is up in December and they will be shutting down. And there has been a small market, but it's very small. You're talking 1 or 2% of taking the logs, putting them in containers, and shipping them to China for the construction of coffins. But that's a very small percentage of the logs that we're taking out. So we have some things working against us here in terms of waiting for commercial markets to respond to the massive amount of volume that we are going to be processing of these forest products, because the 8,000 or so trees that we're talking about fire damage pales in comparison to the over 500,000 trees that are estimated to be dead within the borders of this county alone under the tree mortality disaster.
So I guess, when I look at this, I look at the low bid. I'm surprised that FEMA doesn't, matter if it's a low bid or not. And then on the other hand, we have a bid here that's like over $20 million. What was the big was there a key factor that there's such a big difference between the low bid and the high bid?
I can't speak to that. I didn't put together their bids for them. I haven't talked to, the only contractor, I've talked to two of these. I talked to the number 1 rank and the number 4 rank. The number 1 rank, we had a pre-award meeting and discussed a few things that we would be needing and that they would be needing, just so that we're on the same page and moving ahead. And then I had a debrief yesterday with Sierra Mountain Construction. That was, I thought, a very productive meeting, and they had questions concerning the ranking. I think that they're still planning on speaking today? Okay. Doug will be up to speak today from Sierra Mountain when we get to the public comment section.
So no discussion with 2 and 3?
I didn't hear from 2 and 3. I did notify number 3 kind of off to the side that they did not hit the top rank, only because I was in another hearing with them.
Okay.
But that was after we had already published the rankings.
All right. When you said, if there was something that you could do over again or what didn't work well was the time frame, and you have been able to turn this around in less than 30 days for the most part?
The time frame that I would have wanted is more than 1 day from the day I received the proposals to the day I issued the ranking. It would have been nice to have had a week to be able to review the proposals several times. It would also have been nice for me to have external input because, no matter what you say about public works, we are not foresters and we are not loggers. We're pretty good on roads and we're pretty good on bridges. We can handle the garbage, but not real good on trees,
So
engineers.
Do you think you have an opportunity for time to be extended for another week?
That I can't speak to. All I know is that there has been intense pressure coming down onto Public Works from a number of angles, from both federal agencies, state agencies, as well as our own county government to get this moved ahead as quickly as possible. And so I am responding to those pressures.
Okay, thank you.
And some of those pressures were from the administrative office and from the auditor's office because of our concerns about if we did not show progress on this project and boots on the ground, the concern was that we would not get the necessary extensions and therefore would not get the funding through FEMA.
So with that, demonstrating that we've had the RFP process, we've had contracts in place, do you think there would be an opportunity for a 1-week extension to further review this and study this to make sure, invite the outside folks come in?
We would need to have that need to have that discussion. I know that the auditor's office, in their discussions with OIG that did the performance audit and with CalOES, there was extreme concern about getting boots on the ground as soon as possible, so that both CalOES and FEMA would see that the county was making progress, that the trees were being removed. This is an ER project, emergency response project, and at what point can they say, well, obviously the county doesn't consider this an emergency if they're taking so long to get boots on the ground. So the concern was to try and move forward because we did have those initial delays with the arborist RFP and having to go out and rebid that and then come back in so that we could make that argument to FEMA, to OIG, to CalOES, that we were in fact moving forward and would have boots on the ground and start the removal process.
So at this point, though, we can't really do that because we don't have the NEPA done, correct?
That is a concern, but if we have the contract ready to go so that the boots are on the ground the minute that we need the approval, if the board, decides to wait, it will be then the first board meeting in August before the contract would award.
Sorry to interrupt there, but we could go with any of these 4 today, right? We don't have to go with the one. We could go with the lowest bid if we wanted, or the highest bid.
Actually, we can't, and one of the reasons that we can't is in your package at the back, you'll notice that the contract is in place, naming the recommended awardee. And so we would have to bring back a package if the board wanted to award to a different contractor.
We could award in concept, and then you bring the contract back and finalize it.
I don't think so.
I just want to point out that there are some concerns about some of the other bids as far as complying with the local code. We have to comply with both our purchasing policy as well as any state or federal regulations relating to this, and it's my understanding that under our code we have some flexibility as far as the low item, but the low bid, excuse me. But if we are not choosing the lowest bid, there's only a 3%.
But if we want the lowest bid, that wouldn't be a problem.
This contract is not subject to lowest bid. This is not a public work contract. It's a service contract.
It's not subject to, but we could still do that.
You still have the ability.
That would not then have that problem that she was just mentioning. That's what I was referring to.
Okay. The one of the to me, the choice today is that you approve this contract with Phillips and Jordan, or you direct Public Works to come back on another day at another scheduled session with a contract for another bidder. We would then have to go back and fully vet that bidder. We don't do vetting on people that we're not awarding the contract to. And the vetting that I'm talking about is going and verifying the performance bond, the labor bond, the insurance requirements, what by law is defined as a responsible and responsive bid. We would have to go back and redo that analysis to bring that back to the board today at another time. We cannot, on the basis of today, the board's decision, award it to anyone other than P&J.
So, I know you want to go to public comment, so
I'll follow up. Why don't we wait later? All right. So, you have any other presenters?
Would you like to hear from P&J or not?
Sure.
Okay. I'll invite Eric Hindercup. Also from P&J, we have Clint Stevens. Just raise your hand, Clint. Wayne Ford. Those are from P&J. And I think that Mr. Sullivan, is he gone? Yep. I think he's a local resident, would like to get up during public comment. So I'll hand this off to Eric. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Public Works and the Board of Supervisors for your consideration, Phillips and Jordan, for this contract. Phillips and Jordan came to Calaveras County in September of last year in response to the Butte Fire tree removal for PG&E. Over the course of about 6 months, we removed 26,000 trees that were that could potentially affect PG&E's service lines. At the peak of it, we had approximately 100 crews out here working, or about 500 employees. In the process of having that many employees out here, we went through a vetting process of about 1,100 employees. And of those 1,100 employees, 480 of those employees were from California, with many of them being from Calaveras, Tuolumne, Amador, and surrounding counties. It's very important for Phillips and Jordan for us to hire local. We support the local community. When the mayor of Mountain Ranch come up here and spoke about the contractor that helped out, that was one of our contractors that was working for us. We've been in California since 2003, working for Southern Cal Edison down and taking down beetle affected trees. Since that time, we've taken down about 70,000 trees in Southern California. We've recently been awarded the SEMA debris removal project for PG&E. We have an office here on Mountain Ranch in Calaveras, or in San Andreas, that we've had since December of last year. We intend to keep that office open. We also have an office that we've had since 2003 in Redding, California. So we've been in California for many years. and we've taken down a lot of trees. This is what we do. We're a large debris management contractor, along with a civil contractor. The debris management isn't the only thing we do. We're a civil contractor. We build dams, we build power lines, we build gas lines. We do all of that. So again, we appreciate the opportunity to work for Calaveras County. We've been here for a long time, and we intend to have crews here for the next 2 to 3 years, working closely with PG&E and hopefully Caltrans. So as the rights of entry get approved and the trees continue to come out, we'll be here to take them down. I mean, there's 1,800 trees that need to be addressed immediately. We have crews here ready to address those. And as we continue to work we've actually been awarded a contract for 10 counties for PG&E, so we're going to be in this area for an extended amount of time. We're not going anywhere. So, and again, I do appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Can I ask a question? Yes, sir. Where do you take the trees? So far, all the trees you've removed?
The trees for Calaveras County will be taken to the Wallace facility. Robert Smith, we have an agreement with him for him to take.
Is that where you're taking all of them so far?
Yes, everything that's come off of the Buttes fire so far has went to the Wallace site, and Mr. Smith has processed them.
Thank you.
Yep.
Question?
Yes.
Just to clarify, did I hear you say that you currently have a contract with PG&E to clear out the dead tree, bug bark?
We do.
Type contract? Is that for Calaveras County too?
Yes, Calaveras County is one of the affected areas. It's Mariposa, Madera, Fresno, Sonora, Calaveras.
PG&E just sent out a press release where it's a free service to private homeowners to remove these trees. Are you that contract?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you.
When you subcontract after that, is that what happens?
We subcontract, yes. We have, I mean, one of the last contractors that worked for us here in Calaveras County during the Buttes fire was a local contractor, Leslie Heavy Hauling. They're also one of our first contractors. We've just started picking up trees in Sonora for Tuolumne County. They're one of our contractors. They'll continue to be one of our contractors. We're speaking to, like I said, Robert Smith will be one of our contractors. We have Nathan Bamford, who's, a local contractor, will be one of our contractors, along with other contractors that we've worked with for many, many years that we've done, a lot of disaster recovery work with. We've cleaned up everything from the disaster of 9/11 to the Katrina flooding in Louisiana to the Alabama tornadoes, where we cleaned up 26 counties simultaneously. This is something, if you're worried about the time constraint, then we can assure you that we have the crews and the ability to clean it up in a timely manner, and we'll make sure that we get in under the deadline.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else you got to speak there, Jeff? Anybody else that would like to come on? If there's no other presentation from Director Probitz, then we can go to public comment. You okay? Public comment then.
Members, my name is Morton Sullivan. I'm a third-generation citizen of Calaveras County. I reside in Swiss Ranch Road, District 2, Supervisor. During the Butte fire, the Jesus Maria Ranch, of which I'm the owner, 327-acre parcel, was completely consumed by that fire. So I'm well aware of the devastation and emotional loss that's incurred by these type of events. I'm also the president of Sullivan Logging Company and the Sierra Resource Stewardship Incorporated. We perform hazardous forest fuel reduction projects throughout the state of California. We do this for the Forest Service. In fact, we're currently performing a healthy forest project for the Stanislaus National Forest just east of Hermit Springs. We also perform these types of hazardous fuel reduction projects, healthy forest projects, watershed protection projects for counties throughout California, for CAL FIRE, and in particular for special use districts such as the East Bay Regional Park District and the Wildland Urban Interface just east of Oakland, in reducing hazardous eucalyptus stands. I'm here to making those statements so you will realize that for almost a half a century, long before the term sustainability, forest stewardship came into vogue, that we were developing the methodology and philosophy that in order to reach a level of experience and expertise in performing hazardous forest fuel reduction projects. The evaluation process has outlined, and it was published, a result of a deliberation that would result in the choosing of a contractor to perform these services based upon a best value to citizens of Calaveras County.
30 seconds.
Pardon me?
You have 30 seconds.
Left? That's not much time. So I can only tell you that then I am here to make a statement that is in support of the evaluation process and the recommendation that the committee that made this evaluation process to award the contract to Phillips and Jordan be supported and maintained in trust by the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
So just a reminder for public comments, we have 3 minutes, okay? Thank you.
Thank you for hearing me today. My name's John Bruckner. I'm a resident of Calaveras County for about 40 years. I'm hearing a lot of things here. I got a call from a friend saying we were going to award a job today and spend an extra $1 million. And I'm hearing all this talk that we don't have to do that. And I'm hoping the supervisors would look at this. It sounds like we're rushing this. And that came from the gentleman that presented it to you today. It sounds like we're rushing something here. I know we have a timeline to get our boots on the ground, but $1 million is $1 million. And I think our local contractors should get these jobs. I know we don't have to follow that with the bid process, but I think we should give it to our local contractors. That money stays here. All that money stays here. You give it out of state company, it all goes out of state, most of it. So I thank you for giving me the time to speak, and I hope we're not rushing this and we look at this before we award this. Thank you.
I'm Peter Reyes from the 5th District near Genuine. Folks, you weren't here when we had some dealing with FEMA before, and hopefully you think about rushing with FEMA, the consequences, we're still paying for, your constituents still paying for the royal shaft we got from FEMA. Okay, first of all. But it was mentioned that maybe the federal government has to rush and so on. I would love to have who's in charge of that FEMA and what district and so on. I would love to see maybe unless it was a personal communication with the feds. Because I would love to call up a couple of folks in Washington, D.C., especially the ones who were up for the election. Because we've been declaring an emergency for a long time. And if somebody putting the squeeze that you got to get this thing done, I get suspicious. I get very, very suspicious, especially when we're dealing with FEMA. So I'd rather see $1 million, folks. I don't care which way you slice it, dice it. It's still taxpayers' money, folks. And we got the royal shaft from FEMA last time. I I suggest, I hope you folks consider that we don't do it again. I trust FEMA as far as I can see them. I know you guys, you folks have to be diplomatic. I don't. I like to see local people getting the job. And I'll tell you something, $1 million, somebody's paying the extra $1 million, and it's the taxpayers. $1 million from your constituents. So please, don't be rushed. I don't like to be put, I don't know, you folks don't mind being pushed, but considering the principles you're dealing with, hey, you don't need a panic mode. That's baloney. Local and inexpensive. Now, if somebody comes in from Timbuktu and willing to do the job for less than half of the lowest bid, I would take a look at it. But the reality is, keep the jobs local and keep the best deal you can get for your constituents. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
My name is Bill Bowker, and I'm actually from down the hill at Oakdale. And I'm a representative with the Laborers Union. I've been on vacation, so this was really new to me until yesterday. However, I've got a 41-year experience working all over the world, from the Alaska Pipeline at 19 to the Czech Republic and Northern Bohemia, rebuilding some of Hitler's power plants. I've got pretty extensive, my names and resumes used to go into those packets you've received there that I've reviewed here this morning, last night. I'd like to just say real quick that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. It appears to me, and God bless Jeff, and I can't think of his last year, your public works people work really hard on this, and I'm not dogging them. However, I think they rushed this. I know in reviewing and I like best value bids first off, but they rushed this. I think that your best value bid is subjective, way over more than it should be. Subjective, I like the color blue. This diamond's beautiful. It doesn't touch the clarity. What you want is objective things. How much money, and have it graded. How much local hire, and I know I hear you can't do local hire, but I tell you what, the federal government, the state government, the county governments, city governments always have all kinds of monies in on any highway program, the parks up in Yosemite and what have you. They use those monies and they have incentives for local hire, for local vendors, local procurement, a local business enterprise zone, and you guys give a guy an advantage in bidding. It doesn't say, you can't say, oh, just local people. But there's advantages in there. Apparently you weren't aware of it. It's something you should know. You guys should have known from the beginning. You can't do this job for months because of the CEQA type things. I don't remember exactly what it was said, but I think you're rushing into it. You'd be better off to look this over. And let's not forget, you folks are elected by the local people up here. This is $1.1 million more, 13%, more expensive. And you all know that if people who are local around here are working these jobs, you're giving a person a job that money's going to circulate through your area, through every business in this area several times, as opposed to leaving. How much?
30 seconds.
I'll be quick. In any case, there's benefits to this. I think it was rushed. I hope you'll look into it more and get a little more involved and get more for your money back. That's about all I got to say, except whoever put your kindness zone up there, God bless him. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Good morning. I have some documentation I'd like to give the board members. Hand it out to you guys. My name is Matt Rolla. I'm with Sierra Mountain. I'm here to speak to the schedule. I'm not really here to address the broad brushstrokes technical approach, day-to-day operations. These are nuts and bolts items that if you have the opportunity to read the actual RFPs, you'll see that we're more than qualified, and our RFP matches the other qualified firms that provided proposals to the county. I'd also like to say that Jeff's team did a pretty good job putting their RFP together. I've had the opportunity to work on several RFPs, and as far as replying to questions, concerns, RFIs, and getting addendums issued, it was all timely. So from that standpoint, I'd like to take my hat off to those guys. But with respect to Addendum 2 and the schedule that our firm provided, to be a responsive and responsible bidder, during the RFP process, you have to digest all the documentation that's given to you. Addendum 2 was issued roughly July 8th, which extended the duration of the projects. Currently, we're working on Highway 108, and one of the challenges we have on that process is obtaining all the right of entry forms. So when this addendum came out, we looked at it as a project team, and we said, hey, maybe they don't have exemptions, maybe they don't have right of entry forms yet. So with that being said, we looked at our schedule, and we bumped our completion date out based upon the information provided in Addendum 2. Earlier, Jeff talked about being a responsive and responsible bidder. What I'd like to say is, if you're putting a proposal together and you don't take all the information and apply it to your CPM schedule, which was required in the RFP, it was part of the package we had to turn in, I don't necessarily believe that you can have a responsive and complete proposal if you don't incorporate all the information provided to you.
30 seconds.
Thank you. When you work on an RFP, there's certain assumptions you have to make, and there's certain assumptions. And based on that, we put our schedule together to reflect those durations. And I would just like to say, take that into consideration when you make your decision on to award. Have the appropriate time frames been associated, and do all parties have the appropriate resources to manage this contract and deliver it in a timely manner.
Any other public comments?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate the time. As Paul Harvey would say, the rest of the story. There's always two sides. The proposals I provided you there are a copy of not only our self-proposal, but also P&J's. And I believe that when you review those, you're going to see that they're very similar in nature. When you look at the point scoring system, it is not similar in nature. One thing I'd like to lead you to, if we could possibly get you out of the weeds and into some of the detail I'm speaking to, are the line item that's weight pointed for cost. I'm trying to figure out what the measured mile here is. We're the lowest bidder. Our bid is near what their engineer's estimate was. It's reasonable in price with work performed throughout the state, and yet we were not given the complete 15 points for that item. I'll leave you with that to give you an idea. A few other things here, folks. As Jeff stated, he wished that he had time to slow down and spend more time reviewing these, hiring a professional to understand the work in the field of nature. That did not happen. That may be why the scoring came in where it has. We are a responsive bidder. We have performed public works projects for your county in the past, a magnitude of projects. In this county, water treatment plants. Other counties have been bridges, roads, pipelines, pump stations. You look at another cost-weighted item here, which is financial wherewithal. We have not only performed projects larger and in greater magnitude than this, but on the Butte Fire, when we were here supporting the hazardous cleanup efforts, we were able to do a $15 million approximate gross revenue in a 6-month period with payrolls nearly $300,000 a week. To me, that speaks volumes. That speaks financial wherewithal. But again, if you look at the point-weighted system, we were only given a few of the points rather than the total points. There's no measured mile here. I do not believe the point-weighted system worked in this proposal. I do agree the staff did a great job putting this proposal together. I do agree they needed more time and more professionals that had background in this field. As Jeff stated himself, they are not very good at tree removal projects and don't have the background and the history. We are currently providing tree removal services for Caltrans and Highway 4 here in Calaveras, Highway 108, 140, Highway 46, and Highway 49. We've currently moved somewhere near 5,000 trees to date in the last 42 days approximately, give or take a couple. And we also provide hold a general engineering A license and a D49 tree removal license for the state of California. We also attempted to do a protest on this bid because we do not agree with the information. However, the way the RFP is written, it precludes us from protesting it because we requested the documents on the 12th. We do not give the documents until the 19th. That precludes us. We can't just be a non-responsive contractor and protest because we don't like the color blue. We need factual documents to be able to protest. Please review the information in front of you and review the facts. If you give me more time to talk, I've got a whole list of things here to educate you with. Please award this contract to the lowest responsive bidder, Sierra Mountain Construction. Thank you.
Any other public comments? No more public comments? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board.
I do have a question for the last speaker. Do you currently have a contract with PG&E for any kind of tree removal in Calaveras County?
I do not hold a contract with PG&E in Calaveras County. No, ma'am.
Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Chair. Same individual?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. In your RFP, did you designate where your location for your DMS is going to be?
We did not. We did not give the exact site address. We described the DMS.
Do you have an address for it? Or can you get an address in contract already?
Absolutely.
If you're awarded this contract?
Oh, we have it. It's confidential. We just didn't want to share it and give it to another bidder if it would become public knowledge.
Well, I understand that. But one of my concerns about this, I have a little experience in this business.
Yes, sir.
Not the tree business, but the general construction business. I'm concerned whether or not the capabilities that you currently have or are able to obtain will be sufficient to complete the project.
So during the Butte fire recovery, we were very instrumental in finding private property to do truck storage yards, provide storage for our equipment. It's such a lengthy travel area.
What are you going to do about debris disposal?
Yes, sir. I have designated areas to dispose of the debris, which we are planned within our proposal states that we're going to chip it, take the chips to Ultra Power, which is in Chinese camp to burn for hog fuel for energy, and all the logs will be taken to SPI. They are merchantable, and the non-merchantable logs will be then chipped and sent to Ultra Power.
Are you aware that the Chinese camp facility for chip and cogen operations, their contract expires in December?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. And also, you may be aware that they are looking for an extension for that contract.
I understand that, too.
And there's a large probability that they will get that.
I'll let you know from the state meetings.
Yes, sir. I didn't get that. What's that?
Okay.
I didn't catch that.
I'll let you know from state meetings, we're looking at this place also to put our debris from our bug trees.
Okay, maybe it's closer. We weren't happy to.
I'll talk to you afterwards about that.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I've got some things that I want to bring up. For one thing, it's really against my nature to throw away $1 million. And I've been listening, and I haven't heard a compelling reason to do that. Maybe we can't use local employers or a local company as a consideration. But inside, it's still going to be my nature to look for that, whether it's, true or not. But I haven't heard that there's some reason that the low bid should not get it. When I looked at this, and I don't have all the bids in front of me, so I can't refer to those. One thing that seems to be an issue or an underlying current that I'm getting in these discussions is the fact that Sierra listed their estimated tree removal completion as July 2017. I actually thought that was a plus because I felt that when we started the debris removal, it was exactly what was described by maybe Public Works Director Krovitz, as well as maybe one more person. It starts in a fury, and then it starts to come at a much slower rate. And I think there will be many properties that are hard to access over time, or that they have to work to get to. And to me, next July is probably pretty rational. And the other thing that I think also is that, and I should probably bite my tongue and not say this, but it's a fact, that by next summer we're going to have a whole new crop of beetle kill, unless we have a ferociously, unusually cold winter, and I don't suspect that's coming from history. I do believe that the company that you're recommending will hire local people also. So that's not the complete reason that I would say no, but I think Sierra probably will hire more local people, plus the money does stay in the state. And I have nothing against Knoxville, Tennessee. It's a great place. That's not my issue. But I just in good conscience, from what I've been told, cannot ignore the fact that a fairly locally based company, I realize it's not in Calaveras, but it's not far, and I have seen Sierra Mountain Construction emblems at construction sites locally, so I know they do work here. I just cannot award $1 million shortfall on what I've heard elsewhere. I think this needs to be redone, and we need to bring back the lowest bidder, is my opinion.
Okay. Any other comments? I'm sorry. I have a question for Mr. Clovis. Mr. Clovis, the RTPs that went out, they all went out at the same time?
Yes.
And they were all returned by the deadline, obviously?
Yes.
And out of the review of the RTPs, how many included a designated, dictated location for debris disposal?
The Sutton Cal Waste contract had a specific location, a specific plan. They actually had the highest ranking on the debris removal site, but their price essentially eliminated them. The second best response for a specific site, while they didn't give us a specific site, they did give us a layout and process of what was going to be included in that site, was Phillips and Jordan. The third ranked proposal in terms of understanding of the debris removal site but not being specific as to the function that was going to go on there or the location was Sierra Mountain, and then finally C.W. Emerson had what I would consider the most nebulous description.
Those sites, they have to be certified by state regulations or local regulations?
They have to, yes. Locally, they have to be permitted for that use. They have to clear CEQA. They have to clear NEPA. They have to clear potentially encroachment permit if there isn't an existing commercial encroachment. If the encroachment isn't safe, then it has to be done until it is safe because we're moving vehicles in and out. So there's a plethora of required permits associated with these sort sites, these log yards, these log sorting yards that are required. And if you look in the RFP, you'll see that fully 2/3 of the submittals that are required for the entire contract are specific to those sort yards. There's a tower that they must construct that will enable the arborists and FEMA and Public Works staff to climb on these towers to be able to look down at the log trucks. That's one of the requirements that was listed in the RFP. So, yeah, And then speaking, may I address Supervisor Kearney's points, or should I hold my tongue?
No, I would ask you to.
Okay. I fully understand your desire not to, what you would call, waste $1 million on this construction. My perspective is a little bit different on this. Our debris removal for buildings, the cost of that removal is somewhere between $90 and $110 million spent to date. The contracts that will be in Public Works' hands, either through grants or required debris removal or road reconstruction or grant management and execution, is going to be in the neighborhood of $35 million more. I consider $1 million on this specific contract on a $30 to $35 million program under the jurisdiction of the Public Works Department to be, while not nominal, somewhat inconsequential. What I find more important at this stage in the process is schedule. And I will counsel the board that the item before you today is to choose to award a contract to P&J based upon the process that we have gone through. If the board chooses not to do that, then I would seek direction as to what to bring back to you and going through a reevaluation of the process. However, I would warn you that information that has come to us after the RFP period closed on July the 11th cannot be used in the evaluation for the award. So, and I don't know what was handed to the board concerning schedule by Doug just now, but to me, that's inadmissible to our ability to make judgment on who the top-ranked respondent is, because it occurred after the period for preparing and delivering proposals was ended. And the other three proposers were not given the same opportunity to provide post-closure information.
No, that's not, he didn't provide any information. This is just the RFP.
Okay, perfect. But the admonition still stands that any information that came after, in other words, essentially what happened in my debrief with Sierra Mountain or what's happened in the pre-award meeting with P&J cannot be used or considered when evaluating the responses to the proposal, because that period closed on the 11th of July.
In fairness, Jeff, I addressed that and did say that I don't have their bids. I don't know what went on in them. And just looking at this cut and dry, it's $1 million. And I know I know you don't think it's inconsequential, so I'm not tagging you with that. But maybe it's a small percentage of the total picture. Mm-hmm. But when the next time we come to the next part of this picture, are we going to save another $1 million and another $1 million and another $1 million?
Well, no, because the contract that I have to go out with for the ER program through Federal Highways or the Public Assistance Program roads through FEMA for repair on the roads, those are going to be low bid contracts. I don't have a choice on those, but that's putting asphalt on the ground, right? So it's different. And believe me, Supervisor Kearney, if I had an extra $1 million, I might go out and buy 2 more tub grinders. But
well, you really want to give me heartburn, don't you?
Yeah.
Chair Edson. I just wanted to clarify and remind the board that under the Code of Federal Regulations, it's clear that the county is required to award the contract to the most responsible firm whose proposal is most advantageous to the program with price and other factors considered. So I just want to make sure that the board is clear that the federal government, considering we are seeking federal funds through FEMA for this program, is going to be looking and ensuring that the contract that is awarded is the most advantageous to the program as a whole, considering all factors, not just price, including schedule and any other things that staff considered in this process. So I just want to remind the board of that.
Well, I appreciate that, but the only significant difference from the information we have is the date schedule. And I'm not basing it on anything that was handed to me. I haven't been to Evelyn Wood and can read this that fast. I'm just telling you from what we have, I would say, and he's teasing me about the tub grinder because he calls me a bean counter in private. I'm not going to throw away $1 million.
Yeah, and I do have a quick question for you. I just wanted to back up a little bit and why are we here now instead of, like, I mean, just the whole process concerns me because, I'm seeing Lake County has already, they've finished most of the public road removal is what I think you said. And so why are they so far ahead of us in the process?
There's a couple of reasons. Comparing the two events, the Lake County event to the Calaveras County event, they both burned approximately the same area. Lake County lost approximately 1,000 homes in two primary developed neighborhoods. Calaveras County lost between 550 and 600 homes spread out through the 115 square miles of our burn. Secondly, Lake County has a population of 300,000. Calaveras County has a population of 45,000. Lake County burned approximately 60 miles of roads. Calaveras County burned approximately 81 miles of roads. The nature of our disaster is much larger in certain scopes, and I'm not meaning to discount the pain and agony to those individuals who lost their homes. But from a Public Works Roads perspective, the nature and scope of our disaster was larger than Lake County's. They've also, because of the population difference between Calaveras and Lake, speaking with their Public Works Director, whom I have spoken to, they took calculated risks. They took the risks that said, hey, we're going to get these trees out of the way so we can get to work on the roads and we can get to work on the rebuilding of these homes. And if we have to fund the tree removal contract, we will out of our own coffers. Here at Calaveras County, the ability of the county general fund or the county teeter fund to absorb a $12 million program, because when I add the arborist to the contractor, to the public works staff oversight, to the audit controller's oversight on this program, it's a $12 million program. We can't afford that. So our risk is greater because our resources are less and the scope of the disaster is greater when compared to Lake County. Did that answer your question? I want to go back to address Supervisor Kearney with one more thing. While I can't speak to the individual review criteria of the three people on my committee, I can speak to my opinions when I reviewed the four proposals. And the importance factors that I gave to my review of the proposals were obviously experience, experience with the same or similar types of projects, the understanding of the required traffic control in the neighborhoods in which this is going to occur, the detail on the debris removal treatment site, the depth of degree of those presentation, the safety program that was going to be executed by the winning contractor. And finally, local. That was at the bottom of my list because I feel that as your agent who is responsible for the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of this county, that has to be my primary method of grading. And that's what I use for my method of grading. And at the end of the day, my rating system, of course, is different than what was in the report, but it didn't matter. Phillips and Jordan came to the top of my evaluation of these proposals. Granted, I'm not a logger, I'm not a forester, I'm not a contractor, I'm an engineer. I have done a timber harvest plan, I have harvested timber from my parcel, I have worked on this fire since, I believe, the 8th of September, although I can't remember that far back. And I believe that the recommendation of the Public Works Department is for the proposer who best responded to the request and the details that were in the request. And should the board, as a majority, decide not to award this contract today and direct Public Works to go back and reevaluate the proposals, I'm afraid the only legal way that I could do that would be to reopen the proposals and give the respondents additional time to redo their proposals. So I would have to give the Sutton Cal Waste team an opportunity to restate their price. I would have to give the Sierra Mountain construction team a chance to revise their schedule. I would have to give the P&J team a chance to revise their whatever they choose to revise. So what I'm trying to say to you is that this has to be a transparent process. It has to have fixed criteria, and that criteria is how well did they respond to the written RFP that was prepared in conformance with the Code of Federal Regulations that we operate under. And what we are bringing to you is a recommendation for award to the firm that best responded to those criteria.
I can appreciate what you're saying, and I respect your acumen, Jeff. I'm not an engineer, and I'm not any of those other technical positions that you advised, but I am a pretty good business person, and I could read all of that. To me, if what you're saying is true, if we have to go all the way back and start the RFP all over again, then why was it in this packet? Why are we even voting on it? We should just, and I realize it's over a level and we have to do that, okay? I'm not getting into that discussion. But the fact of the business is, we're being presented with 4 different pitches here, and what do I target in? Like a guided missile, I target in on first the money, then second, are these people coming from my community, which they are, and that's it. I don't see why you have to go back and start the RFP all over again, based on what we know.
I didn't say that I would start the process over again. I would give the problem is the game has now changed. There is information now out in the public that wasn't out in the public when the RFP hit. And any firm who is in this business, if we reopen to reevaluate these RFPs, any firm has the right to come and protest, okay, and say...
If we reopen and reevaluate.
Yes, if we reopen and reevaluate. And then, in answer to why is this on your desk, this unfortunate decision to essentially choose to award per recommendations of the Public Works Department or select an alternative, a local or a relatively local firm on this, the reason is that the Board of Supervisors is the entity that is ultimately responsible for the expenditure of state and federal funds for this disaster recovery. That is not a decision, that is not within my signature authority or anything like that. So it has to be a decision from this board as an elected board of the people of Calaveras County and the board that is recognized by FEMA and Cal OES as the governing body for the expenditure of these funds.
So Jeff, I'm sorry, just a quick follow-up on that. So we were handed, actually, I was mistaken, there was in the packet handed out by Doug, I believe it was Sierra Mountain Construction, a contract evaluation sheet form.
Yes.
So these are public information, I guess?
In general, this happened without me knowing about it, and my recommendation would have been to have provided all bidders with the evaluation forms or a summary of the evaluation.
I think there's only one copy of it. Oh. Yeah, I didn't. No, there's, I don't know if everybody got it.
Yeah, everybody has them.
Anyway, It is now public information, Supervisor Wright.
Now it is, yeah.
It is now.
But I mean, so like, this would have been, I think, maybe beneficial to the rest of the board if we would have had it in our packet to begin with, and then we could go, oh, okay, and then like when Steve's talking about, just what's in the staff report, it's a very bare bones staff report. So we don't really have much to go on except for, what's here. It's like, well, we think Phillips Jordan will do a better job. I mean, that's essentially what it boils down to in the staff report. Where if we had more information to say, we think Phillips Jordan will do a better job, and here's at least some of the rating system that we have to get to our decision. And then also having somebody in the forestry industry at all be involved would give you a lot, make me feel a lot better about it, because, that's, we're talking about tree removal here.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, and I know it's tough to find somebody, especially right now, because there's a lot of trees that need to be removed, so I can relate to how it's tough to find somebody. I'm just going to kind of battle on.
There's a couple things I'd like to say too. One, 3-4 meetings ago, I asked staff to get a consultant, and still that hasn't happened. That consultant could have done this instead of people that really don't know the industry make those decisions. The consultant could have done that, and still that's not here yet. And here we are in this mix. At the beginning of your comments, the question was asked if all 4 of these folks qualify. Are they all in good standing? Are they all qualified? And you said yes, they are all qualified. And well, that's good. I mean, that's good for me. They're all qualified. Then it becomes a rating based on 3 people, 4 people. I know that I see folks here, except yours isn't here. Everybody else's is. And I know for a fact that none of those people have any experience in logging or the timber industry. They do have experience in a lot of the safety and roads and things like you described, and great. But as we get into this whole situation, I'm finding out that, we here in Calaveras County have pretty much lost most of our knowledgeable folks in the timber industry because it's been shut down for so long. And there are a few local folks that are still trying to carve it out. And they know the area well. I actually am, I glanced at some of this stuff before, in our board packet. I didn't get to see the points and the ratings, which, really they're all pretty darn close. I think they're all 4 really good companies. So we're back down to, in my estimation, we're back down to local and price. That's the way I look at it. Are we going to keep it here in the state, in the county, or are we going to send it out and are we going to lose our local advantage?
I glanced at some of this stuff before.
Is that what I was saying? Just hit the two little things there.
Sounds like hit the thumbtack.
You went dark for a moment. I couldn't find the button.
Yeah, I was getting.
Sorry about that. Excuse me.
So, I appreciate the fact that we have such great companies that are around, to do this, because we certainly haven't been able to for forever. But I'm also an advocate for local and small businesses, and I believe that we need to build our businesses here. And I know that a lot of these larger companies, they come in and they hire local businesses, and they do a great job, and they've done a great job through our Butte Fire, there's no doubt about it. But I got to tell you, I would like to be, next time something like this happens, I'd like to be self-sufficient. And the more we can build our local businesses, the more we can be self-sufficient. And if we continue to give the bounty away, then we're not going to be able to ever do that. So I am actually I'm agreeing with Supervisor Kearney. They call him, I guess he's the business guy, bean counter guy. I'm just a tightwad. I look at our not only our taxpayer money that we're going to spend, but I also look at how much of it's going to recirculate back into our county and put our people to work. And not just with this job, but how do we build it for the future so that when something like this happens, or we have jobs in the future, which I'm telling you with the tree mortality, everybody in this room is going to be working. So that's where I stand with it.
I just want to remind the board that the board cannot give a local preference when you're dealing with the Code of Federal Regulations and with FEMA funding. So I just want to remind the board of that.
Yeah, so, okay, I won't give the local preference. What I'll do is pick the lowest price. So that's how I feel about it. Low bid.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment. Question, really. Mr. Kravis, I need you back on the microphone, please. In the event that a contract is awarded, let me rephrase that. In determining your rating for the RFPs received, the issue of capability to complete the job as presented in the RFPs, that was taken into consideration?
Yes.
Okay. If, in scenario, if a contract is awarded to a company and they fail to complete that contract due to a variety of reasons, incapability to complete the job due to lack of manpower, force, workforce, equipment, location, things of that sort, they suffer a performance bond loss, right?
Correct.
And the work doesn't get done, does it?
No.
We have to go back out on an emergency basis and get that work done, paying 3 or 4 times, because that's usually what happens.
Yes, but we don't have to go out for a competitive RFP. We can assign.
We just assign. Yeah, and believe me, in my prior profession, we made a lot of money doing that. That's why I'm very concerned about the capability of being able to perform. And with our timelines here, I think the choice should be really based on, can you perform the work required and the timeline required for a price that will benefit the county? I guess that's where my position.
I'd like to make a little comment on that too while I'm at it, if you don't mind. Sure. So during the Butte Fire, we had some time when we were running 230 trucks a day. People in Chris's district were really concerned about the safety in the traffic and running that many vehicles on those roads. And now we aren't just going into a driveway and pulling out debris. We're also falling trees on roads, right away, and that sort of thing, which is closer to traffic. So the traffic issues are going to be greater. I would just think that there is, there's sure everybody would like to get her done in 6 months. I've already seen how how much longer it took to do the debris removal than we originally anticipated. Probably 4 months later. The other thing is we still don't have all the right of entry forms, correct?
We have 85, I believe.
So we have 80, 85 right of entry forms. I can tell you right now, there's a lot of fright up there. People are still scared. and a lot of people don't want to cooperate, actually. So one of the things that's going to soften that up a little bit is by your local folks' interaction. Now, the reason why I asked for the consultant to be hired probably 2 months ago, maybe longer, 3 months ago, because that consultant, that local consultant, could have taken care of a lot of this issue that we're dealing with right now, and it didn't happen. So, I'm still at local low bid.
So what kind of direction?
Yeah, I'm asking that right now. Is there?
I would, if it was up to me to make a recommendation, I would call for a vote on the awarding of this contract and see how the chips fall. If it falls that the board wishes not to award the contract, then I would offer to suggest an alternative that may be allowed for us to take another look. Okay, but I would prefer we actually have a vote on the item in front of the board, which is the award of the contract to Phillips and Jordan for the removal of butte fire burn trees.
That is the agenda item. So one thing that we do in here is when we have public comments, people come up and speak. If there's no public comment, then they can't come up and speak. So I'll entertain a motion. Is there a motion on this contract to Phillips and Jordan? Okay.
I would make a motion to have this item go back to Public Works for a further evaluation with a committee that includes registered forester to review the agreements and bring back.
I think that what we have to make a motion on is our agenda item, and that's the contract with Phillips and Jordan, right?
Right, and it appears that there is not a motion for that, so it dies for lack of a motion.
Okay.
If the board is not inclined to, essentially that is the item before the board. If the board is not inclined to approve the contract, which considering there is not a motion to, and you would want staff to reconsider or reopen to, for instance, have a different review panel, provide more time for the review panel, or different standards or whatnot, then staff would reopen a new RFP with more time and develop a new review panel for that new RFP.
How can we choose the lowest price? Can we do that?
Today, could we approve?
Yeah, today we.
The contract before the board is not for the lowest price.
Okay. Right, but I got a question, sorry. It's okay, I'm good at that. My specialty. What if we decided to put that on the agenda right now, since this is a state of emergency action we're taking, and we could, as a board, I think 4/5, right, put that on the agenda right now, and then we could make that vote, correct?
Under the Brown Act, that would not meet the requirements for an emergency item to be added to today's agenda item.
But we've done that in the past, though.
Yes, under circumstances where it met those requirements, this situation wouldn't, considering the approval of the contract where they wouldn't be able to actually start doing or fulfilling the contract for a couple of weeks anyway, would not be a position that I would recommend to this board.
So I have a recommendation for the board.
Let's hear it, Jeff.
Go ahead.
My recommendation for the board is to continue this item to the next board meeting, and in the interim convene a review committee made up of 3 members of the Board of Supervisors, the Public Works Director, and a yet-to-be-named forester or arborist who is not associated with any of the bidders, to reevaluate and bring back the results of that valuation with a recommendation for award.
You cannot have 3 supervisors. That would be a quorum, and that would be a violation of the Brown Act.
2 supervisors. I was trying to get an odd number is what I was trying to do. So.
2's odd.
What?
We're odd. So 2 is odd.
So my recommendation is to allow the board to direct us to form a new panel made up of 2 members of the Board of Supervisors, the Public Works Director, and an external forester or arborist who is not associated with any of the proposed bidders, to reevaluate the proposals as received and direct Public Works to make a recommendation for award based upon that evaluation at the next meeting of the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. I'd like to take a break. So, you guys okay with that?
Yeah. Take a break.
Like 10-minute lunch?
We'll take a lunch break. We'll be back in 1 hour.
We're done.
Okay, welcome back. So where we left off was number 8, and we left off with no board action on the bid for, or the professional service agreement between Calaveras County and Phillips and Jordan Incorporated for the hazardous tree removal services. But I think we should have a little bit more discussion around that. And I think I need to have probably admin to describe the situation around OES, FEMA, and all of that.
So one of the critical components is that funding for the majority of this. The majority of funding for this project comes through FEMA and Cal OES, and it is a project under the emergency response. One of the reasons, as I mentioned before, that we're at a point where we have to fast track things is, and we really can't afford further delays, is due to what the OIG reported out and their draft responses to the compliance audit, and what FEMA has expressed to both Public Works and to the Administrative Office, that this is an emergency response project, which means it is because of the emergency, and the expectation is that removing these trees as soon as possible is an emergency. Normally it is done within the first 6 months after a disaster. As Mr. Krovitz mentioned, we have put in for the extension of an additional 6 months due to some of the issues with the debris removal of the home sites and PG&E trees and the vehicles on the road, and already not wanting to further clog our county roads. However, because of the delays in the original RFP for the arborist contract and having to go out and redo that further delayed this contract. If we don't have boots on the ground in fairly short order, we risk losing $9 million in funding between FEMA and Cal OES, because their attitude is going to be, well, if the county doesn't think this is an emergency, then it's not an emergency project. So my caution to the board is that the longer you draw this out, the greater the risk to the county of losing the funding for the project, and we're talking a $9 million project. And that would also mean we would also lose the funding for the arborist contract, which is another $2 million. So we're talking a pretty big dollar amount for the county, and what the potential impacts of that could be.
Okay. You have anything to add to that there, Megan?
I just want to reiterate that any contract of this nature, it must be awarded to the most responsible firm whose proposal is the most advantageous to the program, which is the federal program, with price and other factors considered. So that at this point, it's not just price, it's all of the factors must be considered by the board, and the contract must be awarded to the most responsible firm for both price and factors. Staff has recommended what the three-panel, the panel recommends the one firm being the most responsible firm based on their assessment, and they have followed all of the requirements of the RFP and all of the requirements of the Code of Federal Regulations, and so that is what staff is recommending. I don't know what else to say.
And any more comments from the board?
No, I'd just like to remind the board that I have not met any one of these contractors personally. I know nothing about them. My major concern is getting the contractor to get the job done without any delays, and God forbid, someone that can't perform, because that brings in just a terrible scenario once we get to that point. Your performance bond is just forfeited, but the county still has a responsibility to get that cleaned up, and the next contractor comes in at time and material, and they're just looking at big dollar signs, and I don't even know if FEMA would be reimbursing funds for that. That's my concern.
And one other thing I would like to mention is that the county still has the liability to remove the trees no matter what, because it puts the county at risk if one of those trees comes down across the right-of-way and someone is injured or, heaven forbid, killed. So it's a project that has to be done. The question is whether or not we can move forward in sufficient time so that we can garner the federal and state funding versus having that burden fall entirely on the county.
All right, so do you have a timeline where we have to have food on?
Yeah, about 3 months ago. But in what we have heard, and this is why admin was pushing Public Works to move forward with the RFP, the review, and bring it to the board as soon as possible. The extension that we were hoping to get, or we have, I thought, received, but the first extension ends the middle of September. And if we can't show significant progress, that means boots on the ground and trees removed, then there is no way that FEMA will extend it past September.
Question, Mr. Chairman. Is there, Mr. Provost can answer this, is there any requirement in this RFP that any percentage of local labor be incorporated, or is there any clause like that?
No, it is specifically denied under the Code of Federal Regulations under which this professional services agreement is bid.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to address the board a little bit on this. I agree with everything that CAO Ryan just said to you and what County Council Stedfeld said. I applaud and understand the board's desire to not only award this bid to the lowest bidder, but also to award this bid to a local or near local respondent.
I got to kind of break in on that a little bit. It's not necessarily local. It's the lowest bid, and it also has to do with the fact that I know the panel, and not any one of you guys have forestry experience. None. And that's where the issue is for me.
Okay, and I mean that's perfectly legitimate.
But Jeff, I also want to reiterate that I'm not talking about the local part of that at all, but what is most advantageous to the county is what we're after here as a board.
Okay.
And given the material that we were presented, there's no way of knowing that because we just don't have enough information.
Okay. Here's the situation, is that I had suggested that we reconvene an evaluation committee to reevaluate and put some members of the board on it. We cannot do that. I've double-checked that. I've done the research. I cannot do that. You are the body that decides to make the award. You cannot be the body that does the evaluation. Therefore, I think that there are two choices that are left in front of you today. Choice number one is to award as recommended, and choice two is to reject all bids and direct Public Works to re-propose this project with a different panel, with a recommendation for a different type of a panel to do the evaluations. I don't think we have other options here. Anything else puts the county at liability from a protest, breaking the law, or being held accountable by FEMA to not pay for this project. Now, that's a supreme risk, meaning that we could put a couple of change touches on the RFP and send it back out again, give them another 2 weeks to respond, give ourselves 3 or 4 days instead of 1 day to evaluate, and then get it in front of you with the proper notice. But that says to me that we're bringing this to award on maybe the 30th of August. And you know, if you choose not to award on the 30th of August, 8 days later, we're in a world of hurt to the tune of almost $12 million. Okay? So it's a rock and a hard place here. It's what is the best for the county from an economic perspective, and what is the best for the county in terms of a response to the disaster perspective. And that's not a decision that I envy you making, and that you're up there. My decision is pretty easy. I get to look at these proposals, whether you believe I'm qualified or not qualified to evaluate these from a forestry perspective or not, but there were 4 of us who reviewed these proposals, and all 4 of us came up with a top-ranked firm that we believed would serve the purpose of fire response recovery in the best interest of the county, that would be defensible for when FEMA comes and audits us, because they will. Okay? And so from our perspective, it was our aversion to the risk of having to pay for this out of our own general fund or out of my department's funds for roads that led me to the conclusion that P&J was the highest qualified candidate who submitted proposals. So if you wish to question that judgment, that's fine. We can go back and do it again. But you're putting a program that is already under severe schedule risk at a little higher schedule risk. You're talking about the difference of me awarding potentially on the 30th of August, not being able to have boots on the ground by the 8th of September, and potentially not having boots on the ground by the middle of September, and having the whole program go away without the liability being resolved. So I will tell you that at lunchtime I sat down and had a conversation with Cal OES and our representatives, Dave Gillens, who's the head of this disaster at Cal OES, and then Robbie Larson, who's the manager for the Calaveras County portion of it, and his counterpart at FEMA. And they reiterated to me on the phone this afternoon that what is really, really important is that we are defensible in our decision-making process and defensible in our award process. And that's why I'm coming back to you and saying you have two choices. You can award this contract today, or you can reject all proposers and send us back to start over. Those are the two choices that are in front of us. In terms of scheduled duration for a rebid on this, as I say, I think I can have it on the street in 2 to 3 days. I can give it another 2-week bid period. We can receive bids again, and then we can have another week for evaluation. Give us more time, give us a chance to get a forester on board. But then I have my 2-week preparation of a bid package for the board in advance, unless you guys want to have an emergency meeting after a 72-hour notice. So I'll go whichever way you want. I work for you. But I want you to have the information so that your decision is based upon the facts of the case. And the facts of the case are independent. We did not, I don't believe that anybody who reviewed these proposals had an axe to grind or a preference to award. I believe that whether we were qualified or unqualified, the results were consistent 4 for 4 in terms of the rank. Any other questions? Thank you.
I'm just looking at scheduling, so what I hear you saying is if we decide to kind of go back to the drawing board. So if we gave a 2-week notice out again, we're looking at having bids back to us by the 10th. That's 2 weeks from tomorrow. And then if you had 3 days to evaluate, it could be back on our board agenda on the 16th.
No, we can't. I think the earliest would be the 30th.
No, because you have to send it out.
Send what out?
Send the RFPs out.
Right.
And you also have to be able to agendize it, meet the 72-hour requirements under the Brown Act and everything else.
Yeah, I tell you, it takes a month to do anything around here.
I also have to have, Supervisor Ponte, I also have to have a week for protest in accordance with the regulations.
Okay.
So it's an extra week.
Okay.
So let's bring it back to the 30th.
I'm not willing to gamble with $12 million of the county's money.
Okay, so since we started discussion again, I'll just go ahead and open it up again for public comment.
I'm Peter Reyes from the 5th District. I feel like I'm going to use Skylight. If you don't buy it today, it's going to be gone, and you're going to be sorry. Thank you. Now, the other thing I'd like to mention is that letter from FEMA. Is that private communications or private communication? You keep referring to FEMA wrote your letter or something. Is that available to the public?
The OIG report is in draft form. It will be available to the public and become a public document once it's been finalized.
Okay. Then has any one of you folks seen that letter from FEMA? Because I'd be more than happy to volunteer to call up Washington, D.C. And maybe I can ring some bells who holds the purse for FEMA. Because all this thing is going on, FEMA said this, FEMA does that, they're going to threaten you. Well, I like to talk to some people in Washington, D.C. that can threaten those guys. And I'd be more than happy to call somebody up, an environmental committee, that maybe he can talk real nicely to FEMA. Get your act together or hit the road. But under this constant threat, if you don't do it, to me, it's not right. I don't care whose fault or the delay, whatever, okay? But I do resent FEMA threatening folks in this county. Maybe FEMA needs some recognition. I do resent FEMA threatening from my elected officials doing what's right for the right price. Because you five are the only ones accountable at that table. Nobody else. You are the only one accountable. And it's a federal body that you're dealing with. And I do resent, just like I used to hate East Bay Mud threatening you folks, I do resent when FEMA threatening you folks. So, if FEMA had correspondence with you at taxpayers' time, I don't need interpretation. Even I see it black and white, I want to see who signed the damn thing, and I talk to his boss, just like you do in normal businesses. Thank you.
Chair Hudson, if I may, FEMA is not threatening the county. FEMA has guidelines for public assistance for the different type of projects they fund under public assistance, and we are going by those guidelines. The guidelines are for an emergency response project such as this, we are to have it done within the guidelines state that it must be done within 6 months of the declared disaster. If you can request an extension, the first extension is a 6-month extension through Cal OES, and Cal OES has that authority to extend it. After that, it goes to FEMA, and FEMA then can grant an additional extension. But what we have been told over the phone numerous times by officials through Cal OES and our FEMA representatives is that they need to see movement on the project because it is an emergency response project, something that needs to be dealt with right away. And if the county is not acting in that manner, then they do not have to extend or grant the extensions.
Get that. Mr. Chairman, is that all verbal or is it written? I want to see who signed it. Not interpretation. Personal.
So you're.
I'll send you the FEMA guidelines.
So you're actually kind of out of order right now because you're not at the podium, number one. Number two, you had your turn.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Robert?
Robert Packinger, Public Works. I worked very hard on this request for proposals and made sure that the rules of the game were very clear to everybody. Where there was a lack of clarity, proposers submitted questions to us. We answered all the questions. The evaluation process was outlined in the request for proposals. Cost was one of the factors, but not the only factor. There were other factors that were included. I was part of the panel that reviewed the proposals. Based on the information that was provided from the various proposals, I don't think that we needed an arborist or someone that's involved in tree cutting to be able to make a fair evaluation of the proposals. Items that we looked for were, for example, how is traffic control being handled? How are the relationships with the neighbors being handled? How is the relationship with with Tetra Tech being handled, and so forth and so on. Those aren't items that are necessarily arborist-related types of things. We weren't getting into their business of how they were going to cut down the tree or whatever chainsaw they were going to use. We wanted to be sure that the roads were protected, that the neighbors were protected, and that we were in conformance with the requirements that FEMA has. We followed the FEMA guidelines. We also followed the Code of Federal Regulations in regards to the whole process. Throughout this process, we sent the proposals to FEMA, to Cal OES for their review. They reviewed them, and they gave us what was expected, no answer, which is in a way a good answer, because if they would have found something wrong, they would have told us. So we've proceeded. I believe that the process was done
in accordance with the requirements and in accordance with what we've outlined, and the outcome is the outcome. I don't believe that adding any time to the review would have changed at least my opinion of the outcome. I reviewed them, and I stand by what I saw with the proposals.
Mr.
Chairman, can I call for the question, please?
Okay. Hang on. Go ahead.
I'd like to call for the vote, a motion and a vote.
Well, I want to finish public comments first. Okay. Yes.
Matt Roll of Sierra Mountain. I worked on the proposal. I was the RFP coordinator. All of the items that Mr. Corbett's addressed, we spoke to. In accordance with the language for rebuttal and contest, I contacted the Public Works Department directly on the 13th and requested the scorecards. I was told that they would be out in 2 weeks. I did not receive that documentation until last Thursday. So that didn't afford me the proper time for protest. We wouldn't be here today. I hear what everybody's saying. I understand the sensitivity of the funding. I want what's best for the county, but I don't believe that potentially our proposal was read into in the manner in which it deserved. Thank you.
Doug Benton, Sierra Mountain Construction. A couple of items that I'd like to bring to your attention. First of all, they speak about traffic control. If you look at our proposal, we speak specifically to traffic control. We name a specific name who will be in charge of the traffic control, and we name specific traffic control plans that we'll be using. I can't speak to that on other proposals. I didn't review it for that. When it comes to the technical aptitude of the work, we, again, are licensed for the state of California with an A license. We have a D49, which is a tree removal license. And this project requires the proper payment and performance bonds to ensure that the county is held free and clear of any liabilities. As the Public Works Director announced, all 4 bidders he felt were deemed qualified and responsible to perform the work. And I believe Mrs. Stedfield also claimed or made the mention that the award can be based upon best value, best available proposal for the county, and price definitely comes into play with that. One more item I'd like to bring to your attention. If you would possibly look into your staff and your departments requiring contracts to be put on the agenda as being awarded to the lowest or the most responsive bid as opposed to a specific name, you wouldn't have the problem that you have today. The contract could be awarded to whoever you're choosing. I believe that this one instance is a way of the departments to strong arm this board into making decisions they may not want to make. And I applaud all of you for holding to your guns and standing true to what is right for this county, and that's a $1 million savings. Thank you very much.
Any other public comment?
Yes, again, my name is Morton Sullivan. I'm a third-generation citizen of Calaveras County. Our company is involved in hazardous forest fuel removal work throughout the state. This process of making a selection is completely transparent. It was set up by you, our leadership, to choose a company that could perform this contract, and there were certain criteria that had to be met. In all due respect, Supervisor Edson, it does not come down to location of that particular company, nor does it come down to price. As a matter of fact, in the RFP, the rankings that assign the values for those particular items is clearly stated. Price is about third or fourth. FEMA regulations specifically state that in order to retain the county, for the county to retain the funds to implement this project, no preference can be given or discrimination made as to the location of that company, whether they're from Tuolumne County or Calaveras County or Florida. So those types of criteria aren't really valid to be used. Supervisor Oliveira, in response to your question, I think it was put to the board, as to what percentage of the contract would be awarded to local companies if the contract was awarded to Phillips and Jordan. If you have read the proposal put in by Phillips and Jordan, you will see that my company, Sullivan Logging Company, a local company, was listed among two others. So if you wanted to quantify that percentage, there was a starting point. There would be local participation if this contract is awarded to Phillips and Jordan. What happens to the money that Phillips and Jordan makes? I'm getting the impression in listening to all of you that it's going to be perhaps surreptitiously transported to some bank out of state or something like that. I can assure you, I've been working with this company for the past 13 years, that that doesn't happen. They reinvest back into the community, and they reinvest back into putting companies such as mine back to work.
30 seconds.
My company has, thank you, my company has no intention of leaving Calaveras County. I'm at my age, I can assure you, I'm not looking for a career opportunity here, but I am looking for the opportunity to have employment to sustain myself and my family. So we're going to be here, and we want to be able to participate in this project, and we call upon the leadership. As a citizen of this county, I call upon you to demonstrate your leadership, to make a decision based upon the selection of the evaluation committee to select Phillips and Jordan as that contractor. Thank you.
I'm trying to be real quick. This isn't the first time the staff recommendation didn't set. You know, guys, I'm sure most agencies award to their staff's recommendation. You guys work together all the time, you know. It doesn't always happen. And in this instance, the buck stops with you guys. The evaluation, whatever, we've been through it. All these people are qualified, and you got the final number, and it sits on your desk. You can accept the staff recommendation, or you can go the other way. As far as I can see, you're doing your due diligence. You're evaluating everything. And if that's the way you feel, and I think there's enough gray area here that, at least listening to all this discussion, I understand why you're not hot to jump on the staff recommendation. I think you should go the other way. You got a time constraint. I don't see just two options of kicking this out or giving it here. I think you folks should have the authority to sit down and do what you think is right. And if that's awarded today to Sierra Mountain, then do it. Thank you.
Public comments? No? Any other public comments? Okay. Back to the board.
Once again, Mr. Chair, call for the question, motion and vote.
Okay. We want to go there? Do I have a motion to approve?
I so move.
We have a motion by Supervisor Oliveira. Do we have a second? Second? None? Okay. Dies of lack of second.
May I make a recommendation?
Sure.
Or, I don't know if, whatever, but I would ask this to go back to staff, and that we, to start this process all over again. And I ask for the evaluation committee to include at least one forester in the evaluation process, if not two. That would be my suggestion.
Will do.
And as far as a message to FEMA, the fact that we're trying to save them $1 million and it concerns us in this emergency situation, I think that's an important statement to make. We're not taking lightly their assistance in this. or the fact that they're helping us out with a grant.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll move on then to our consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by a board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item for the consent agenda for later discussion. Any members of the public wish to remove a consent agenda item? Any members of the board wish to remove a consent agenda item?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
A motion by Supervisor Ponte, second by, oh yeah, I can still do that. Second by Supervisor Kearney. Public comments, please.
I'm Bill Reyes from General Inn, 5th District. I'm not as quick as you guys. I'm just a dumb slow foreigner. This 15, item 15.
You didn't pull it.
Well, I had my hands up. I don't know how should I jump up and down. Okay, fine, no problem. I'll bring it up later or in Facebook. Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Supervisor announcements. Somebody want to go first?
I'd like to wait till Chris gets back. Go ahead, I'd like to wait till Chris gets back.
Debbie, you want to go?
Sure. Attended a IHSS meeting yesterday. We continue to have a full advisory committee. No openings, which is nice to have. And committee is working on a fact sheet that they can use as they go out to different community events to promote IHSS and to inform and educate the public as to the services that are provided, and working on a newsletter, and hopes to have a September presentation to the board to give them I think by then a biannual update, twice a year update. EMS committee, we meet every other month, and our next meeting is scheduled for the 31st of August. Typically, it's held on the 10th, but we had a few of our member agencies unable to attend, so it was rescheduled to the 31st. And we did not have a Central Sierra Child Support meeting in July, and we will resume our regular schedule on August 22nd. And that's all I have to report.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Last week was just a very involved week for me. I attended the NACO conference in Long Beach, arriving on Friday morning and coming back late last night. Had a tremendous amount of information. Unfortunately, I was only able to attend maybe 50% of the offered workshops, but I'd like to list the workshops I did attend. Prior to that, I did attend the LAFCO meeting on Monday. Let's get that out of the way there. And the local tree mortality meeting, our board meeting, and I attended the state meeting for the tree mortality. But getting back to the NACO convention, I did attend the, excuse me, we'll get the right notes up here. I did attend our opening reception area where we got the chance to meet other supervisors and CEOs from counties all across the nation, big and small, rural and large, great chance to exchange, of course, crisis information, solutions that worked and didn't work, and we maintained that relationship all throughout the conference. I did attend the following day the Rural County Action Caucus meeting, and this was interesting because it was counties with less than 50,000 population, which we fit that niche, and it was surprising to see how much representation from the entire country was at this conference. Once again, sharing the same printout, some problems and some solutions, and that worked out very well. I attended a workshop, how effectively to market your county, involving in, of course, social media, involving PIOs, involving media, things of that sort. And that gave us a little bit of insight on how we do it compared to how some of the other counties in the nation do it. Our general session meeting, we laid out where NACO was going to go. California was actually represented very well. California had what they called 100% attendance. In other words, that sent a representative from all 58 counties to the convention. California is the largest entity of NACO because their votes are issued on the amount of dues you pay. Calaveras County has 2 votes. Supervisor Wright is our alternate representative. No, I voted for you. I voted for you. I gave you your home address. So. We did attend, there was a campaign activity for second vice president. The 2 candidates, one was from Illinois, one was from California, San Diego area. And it's kind of unique because they actively campaigned. I thought it was at the national convention. I mean, they had signs and stickers and posters and the actual thing. They had a section for California, and then every single state had their own individual section with a sign. Ironically, 1 hour before the vote was to take place, the candidate from Illinois conceded to the candidate from California, and I must say that was the most impressive speech I've ever heard. After realizing that the best man was actually going to be seated for that position, he graciously told him he would support him in all endeavors, and I genuinely believe he was sincere about that. So I was very impressed with part of that organization. I did attend on Sunday, attended several workshops. One, public preparedness response to Zika as a case history. I understand we're having somewhat of a medical crisis in the Zika mosquito-borne disease. We haven't seen it up here too much, but it's coming. So that kind of gave us an insight of what we can do and how we're going to respond to that. This was probably one of the better ones. I attended Managing the Relationship Between County Officials and County Attorneys. And believe it or not, I had some great information out of there. And I see where I've made some headway and I've made some mistakes. I plan to correct that, but that's going to be a two-way street, folks. We'll see if we can make that happen. I did attend for county officials, specifically elected officials, best practices in active shooting situations. And believe me, being from a law enforcement background, I was kind of narrow-minded when it came to a narrow focus on what you have to do. But dealing with the other side of that fence, now I'm an elected official, and some of the information brought up really brings home that we're not prepared for that. As elected officials, I don't think we're prepared for that. There's some things that we need to talk about, which we'll talk. And one of those things is security in a board meeting, an evacuation plan, self-preservation, things of that sort. I'll cover that later. I also attended Prepared for a Catastrophe Comes to Your Community. Well, I was probably one of the guest speakers on that one because we had to be fired. And we were able to share information on that. Some good, some bad, and we're dealing with that now. And this is not going to be a quick process, folks. That meeting, I learned that it's going to take years for us to even think about coming back normal. I attended technology tools for engaging your constituents, which is very important. Deals with social media, deals with the media. I picked up a very important thing. I'll discuss that later in effective time. And one of the workshops I attended was running an effective meeting. And I had a little practice doing that today. I learned what some terms are, have a better understanding of how we can run an effective meeting and make it fair for everybody, speakers, board members, staff, the whole ball of wax. All in all, I did attend the last session prior to coming back yesterday. It's a long drive. It's been a very busy week. Disaster comes in all shapes and sizes, and how county governments are lacking increasing and extreme events. So a lot of preparedness of what's happening in our nation today. With the politics the way it is, with our public safety the way it is, with the catastrophic events we're seeing, all in all, this is a very, very effective convention. I would recommend to the board that we continue to attend these conventions. We pick up a lot of good information out of them, plus the membership. And one of the main things, we got national recognition as Calaveras County. I was surprised how many people know about jumping frogs and the Butte fire, and unfortunately our marijuana situation. I was able to discuss those situations with other supervisors from Oregon, Washington, Humboldt County, things of that sort, and got a real insight of where we're going with this and some of the pitfalls we see lying ahead of us. So, once again, I recommend we do this again. Thank you.
I attended the Calaveras Consolidated Fire Board meeting last evening. It was quick and fairly painless, but we had a couple things to add to it. I also, last Saturday, attended the ribbon cutting ceremony on Calaveras Transit's Hopper Run. Supervisor Edson cut the ribbon, and we got to see them off and running. I realize there's a lot of concern about the finances that surround the transit, but this is an effort to think out of the box a little bit, provide Saturday service, increase commerce in the county. And I will say that Deborah Mullen and Kelly, I can never pronounce her last name, Zackenheiser, were there on their day off to get it going. I thank them for doing that. I attended and chaired the Solid Waste Task Force meeting since our last meeting. I don't always get to know all the county employees that are here. And when some of them leave and retire, I wish them well, but I still don't know them. But one I did get to know was a lady named Yvonne Van Zee. She was a program coordinator in integrated waste management. She's really a very sharp employee. Like many, she suffered losses during the Butte fire, and I guess took it as a sign to move. And so she has left the employee of Calaveras County. I wish her the best. At that Solid Waste Task Force meeting and heading to the board is a request for a proposal for a study that I have been pushing for a number of months now. We had to get away from it a little bit while the fire recovery is going on, but it's very important, and it'll be an analysis of our solid waste issues, where we want to go from here, how we're going to deal with it, how we're going to deal with it in the years going forward. Should we even be in the solid waste business? And so be aware that that's coming. I attended a meeting of the Calaveras Consolidated Fire Support Team, a very energetic group of mostly young ladies, but there were some other people there too that support our fire teams out there. Like I said, if a fire comes up, they may run to it with cold water and give it to the firemen. Really great people. They're planning a national night out on August 2nd. And the word is there will be a couple supervisors there handing out free hot dogs. This coming Saturday, I'm going to Calaveras Youth Wrestling sponsored taco dinner at the San Andreas Met. It's only $20 a ticket. I really hope a lot of people fill that place up. It helps the young people. I haven't seen a benefit for the wrestling group maybe ever. So I'm going to be there cheering them on, and I hope a lot of people can join me. One thing that, after the last meeting, there were people who watch us and wonder about the votes that we make, and they don't understand them, and I get it. But one thing that the board needs, in my opinion, is a public information officer that works for the board, that explains what we do, maybe manages a website. There's been, we, since I've been sworn in, have dealt with so many very tough subjects, and I don't believe that the public is getting the information on them. And the reason why I say that is I get home and people are asking me about what we did. Last time I got home and somebody asked me why we approved marijuana for grow in the county, and I said we did no such thing. Said we had the chance to send a initiative either to the ballot or okay it. We chose to send it to the ballot. They're good with that once I explained it to them. Then I explained the cannabis tax initiative that we're dealing with. People see this, and while we may take it as second nature and understand what we did, they don't understand. We need somebody that responds to the board. I don't know if it's a full-time job or it's a part-time job. I even had another board, I was discussing this with a school board member, and they thought maybe they could share it with us if it came down to that. But I think it's important because people do not understand always what we do. And I think if they understood, there would be a little better buy-in on it. I know that there are news sources out there, but I still think we need somebody that responds directly to the board. In closing, I want to thank everybody on the board for the vote where they did not certify the recall. I realize that was a tough vote. I honestly did not watch the tape or listen to it all. I know that it required some thought on all of you. I think that the recall system is somewhat broken. If it requires fellow board members to certify a reason for someone who has voted on policy to making decisions. And maybe that needs to be looked at. I'm not saying that the recall isn't part of America. It is, apparently. But I just want to say I thank you for your votes. Had I been on this board at the time, I would have voted the same way. I appreciate that.
Chris? Yeah. Well, we might want to poll the board on bringing back an agenda item to discuss staffing for the supervisors, because I think we actually need more staffing for the supervisors going forward. Not only the information officer, but actual direct administrative help for the supervisors themselves. Because we live in a different era. I mean, today is an example of where that's one agenda item, and how complex that one agenda item can be. And so I think it's no longer the 1970s in Calaveras County. And so we don't have 12,000 people, and we're just dealing with a lot of layers to everything we discuss here, and we need more direct administrative help for us. Not saying that you guys aren't doing a good job, but that's not your job to help us. So I think, like most other counties do, almost all have some staff, and so I'd like to look at that for a future agenda item, if you guys are willing to discuss.
I think getting the information out is very important. I know we had an information officer during the fire that worked with admin. I'm talking about something completely different, that somebody that is explaining what we do that maybe works with the chair or the vice chair and gets the word out to people on what has been decided. I can't tell you how many times I've come home after board votes and people have contacted me in one way or another because they believe they understood what we did, but they truly didn't. And I think it would save, that alone would save a lot of us time and public frustration if we could communicate it. I mean, let's face it, these cannabis votes in the last year, they're so confusing that I have to rethink what we've talked about after the meetings. I never even knew what there are still people that are screaming about a CUP, but they don't know what an ATC is. I mean, acronyms are government speak. We start to take them for granted. Somebody needs to speak for us in a educated way on a regular basis.
I would agree. That would be something we could at least look into, discuss.
Maybe bring back and agendize it, or I'm all for it.
You worth a discussion.
Okay, great. Excellent. And then just a quick update. I did attend the local tree mortality task force meeting, and hoping that we get a contract or a position hired soon to lead that here at the county level. I know that's in process, so hopefully that will happen before our next meeting on the tree mortality task force. I also attended the Upper McCollum River Watershed Authority meeting on Friday, and on Monday, the Motherlode Job Training Agency meeting. Interesting part about the Motherlode Job Training Agency is they are hiring a new executive director. So we're going to be doing the interviews for them on probably on August 29th. So that will be for the Motherlode Job Training Board. So hopefully we'll get somebody good there. It's a tough job. Many counties are involved with that. Very important in bringing people, who struggle to remain in the workforce, bringing them back into the workforce, getting them training and job opportunities. So it's a really valuable organization. So I've been happy to be a part of that process. And that's all I have.
Okay. Steve pretty much covered most of the stuff that I was going to talk about, so that makes it easier on me. We did attend the Calco Fires meeting last night, and during that meeting, Jason Robitel, Chief Robitel, was able to award three firefighter badges, which is kind of really exciting for young people that are learning about firefighting and that sort of thing, and then they work their way up to that point. And I just wanted to mention their names. So one is Malachi Stockdale, and then R.J. Schultz, and Nico Tabakis, and they received their firefighter badge last night. Also, on Wednesday, tomorrow we have a ribbon-cutting ceremony for the 1226 intersection in Valley Springs. It starts at 10 o'clock. This project has been going on since 2003, actually. And I want to make sure that I did a little history on it. And it was Lucy Fine who was able to put this project into play as a REM project, REM-funded project. So we owe Lucy a debt of gratitude for having the wherewithal to push for this project, because it actually has turned out to be a pretty decent project. It's not a permanent fix for the area, I think, over time, but it definitely has made a heck of a lot safer for pedestrians, and it has moved the traffic along pretty darn good, so it's saving people time. So, and I'd also like to thank Robert Packinger, because before Jeff Krovitz came in, Robert Packinger was the interim director that actually got that project moving really well. And so, and of course, our team that was working there, the local engineer through Public Works is Tina Sock. I've seen her there all the time, and we had a lot of challenges with that intersection, including fuel tanks that were buried, more than we thought. So with all of the challenges and everything that, all these years that have gone by, it's a clean site. It's a it's a good project, and as a matter of fact, on Friday, up in Sacramento, our Public Works team is going to receive an award from the state because of the project. And I think that's really cool. Yeah. And that's all I have.
I have one extra comment. I don't know if you have received the email from PG&E, that they have announced a debris removal program for areas impacted by the tree mortality.
Yes.
So it's specific for private lands, 100 feet from a structure and X amount foot from a service road.
But it has to be on their lines though. It's not just anybody out there.
Okay.
So they have to be PG lines.
That's what I wanted to clarify, if there was something more to it than.
Not just anybody.
Okay.
And to take that one step further, it has to be a PG&E infrastructure line, not the feeder line coming from a transformer to your personal residence. There's been some real great confusion on that. And that program deals with not only taking the tree down, removing the slash, limbs, things of that sort, but it also involves removing the tree logs, or trunks, if you will. Prior to this announcement, PG&E would take the tree down, remove the slash, but the logs were the property owner's responsibility. Now PG&E has stepped up effective the 18th of July, that they will come back and take those logs away and dispose of them at their cost.
Even from a year ago, too.
From a year prior to.
So it's a little help.
It is.
It is. It's a step in the right direction. One thing we did do is, excuse me, Mr. Chair, I didn't mean to monopolize the time. One thing we did do in NACO when I was at the convention was make heard our voice with CSAC representatives, also with the California State Association of Counties, and also with other county supervisors and commissioners, that FEMA needs to understand that we have an emergency situation here. Right now, we need to help our landowners on private lands deal with this very devastating bark beetle problem. At this point, it's all on their dime, and we have people leaving, they're selling their homes. Escrows are going south because they discovered they got a $15,000 to $18,000 tree mortality program. So we're actively doing that. We're both Supervisor Wright and myself, locally and on the state level, and now hopefully we've got some national attention that we can knock on FEMA's door.
Okay. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.